truckersfund.org. Once again, that's truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org. Sponsored by St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Be at Iowa 80, the world's largest truck stop for the 48th annual Walcott Truckers Jamboree, July 9th through the 11th. Enjoy the Super Truck Beauty Contest, an Iowa Pork Chop Cookout, live music from artists including Little Texas, exhibits, and an antique truck display. Join the fun at Iowa 80, July 9th through the 11th on I-80 exit 284, Walcott, Iowa. Admission and parking are free. Learn more at truckersjamboree.com.
It is 5 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. We'll get you your morning forecast and the first traffic report of the day here in just a bit. Ukrainian President Zelensky is meeting with President Trump as well as other G7 leaders this morning in Geneva. Zelensky, he hopes to shift the focus back on his efforts to repel Russia's invasion now that Trump has signed a 60-day ceasefire with Iran. ABC's Karen Hua is in D.C.
The deal has been signed digitally, but the full text hasn't been released, and the two sides are giving different reports about what it contains. Both sides say the U.S. will lift its blockade of Iranian ports and Iran will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But while Trump says passage through the strait will be permanently toll-free, Iran says it will establish and collect fees. The fate of Iran's nuclear program, the reason the U.S. went to war, also in limbo. The details to be hammered out during another 60-day period of talks.
Back here in the U.S., the Air Force confirming all 8 members aboard a B-52 bomber are dead after the plane crashed Monday at Edwards Air Force Base in California. We hear now from ABC's Sophie Flay.
Officials say the B-52 Stratofortress was supporting a test for a radar modernization program when it took off around 11:20 a.m. The aircraft erupting in a massive fireball. Thick smoke seen miles away. Crews rushing to the scene, fighting the flames. A large patch of charred runway and ground, all that remains.
Back here in Nashville, one person taken to the hospital after shots were fired during a road rage incident on I-65 late yesterday afternoon. According to Metro Nashville Police, at about 5:30, 2 drivers on I-65 North near the Madison exit were driving aggressively just before the shots were fired. A 48-year-old Hendersonville woman driving a Ford F-150 pickup truck told police she attempted to switch lanes, but she was blocked by a guy driving a Hyundai Elantra. It was driven by a 34-year-old Orlinda man. She said the Elantra began brake checking her, and she saw the driver pull out an object that she thought was a gun. She said she then pulled out her own gun and placed it on the center console. The Hyundai driver, he told police the pickup truck cut him off in traffic, so he changed lanes and got in front of it. He said he then saw the pickup truck driver waving a gun in his rearview mirror before the truck pulled up alongside him. He said the woman pointed her gun at him, so he shot at her because he was fearful. The Ford driver was wounded in the hip, taken to Skyline Medical Center. She's in non-critical condition. Both drivers' guns were found by investigators. They haven't charged anybody yet, but they're still investigating what the heck that was all about. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. If you are on I-24 westbound coming out of Murfreesboro, right there at I-840, if you're trying to get into Nashville, you're going to sit there a while. They were doing some construction. They had the right 3 lanes closed there. They have opened those lanes back up, or they're beginning to, but boy, it is really jammed right there. I-24 westbound at 840. Once you get to Almaville Road, it starts to clear out, but boy, it's really bunched up right there. I drove through that this morning at about 4, and it was already kind of messed up then, and it ain't no better now. Aside from that, no accidents or breakdowns in the metro area. I'm Jay Harper.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 on this Tuesday, July 16th. We got a nice day on tap, high of around 82 degrees. I mean, this is going to be, this is Chamber of Commerce weather here. This is good stuff. Looking at 82 today, looking at 82 tomorrow, and abundant sunshine, and then rain returns Thursday and Friday. We got one of the weekend. It looks like one day. Going to be all right. Saturday looks like it's going to be okay. Sunday looks like the rain returns. Never curse the rain, they say. And when I come from West Texas, we never curse the rain. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A nice day on tap, and we got a lot going on here at the show. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. We got Sam pushing the blinky buttons, as he does every morning so ably. Good morning, Sam. How you doing, bud?
I'm hanging in there, Brian. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well. Jay Harper's in the newsroom. He's got his finger on the pulse of what's going on. Joan Jones, just so you know, is filling in for Chris Hand this week, so she'll be along a little bit later to talk about what's coming up on her program. You don't want to miss Joan's show starting at 9 o'clock this morning. Let me move on to the breaking news of the day. Continues to be about what's going on in Iran. The president of the United States is at a G7 summit in Avion-le-Bon, France. How was that? Was that okay, Sam? Avion-le-Bon.
Sounds like a Texan
there,
speaking French.
Yeah, I know. It's my French is really bad. It's like, to quote Steve Martin, those French have a different word for everything. All right, so Iran, the deal. We're getting some details. He says just a few moments ago he spoke in France and said that they're much concerned about a $300 billion reconstruction fund to rebuild Iran. And, you know, that's not going over real well in some quarters. But he says, don't worry, that's not going to be taxpayer money. So he's gonna set up a bunch of, you know, people who want to go in there and rebuild Iran and do it for profit. But there will be money and investment made in Iran if they meet certain points in the deal. Now, what is the deal? J.D. Vance is apparently the point man on a lot of this. He did a ton of interviews yesterday. I thought one of the better interviews actually was done by CNN. Here is J.D. Vance talking about where we are right now and what this deal is. I got to be honest, I thought it's a little less than what I expected. It's basically a one-page memo, you know, with details to be followed up on later. Here's J.D. Vance.
Yeah, so the MOU, Jake, is about a page and a half. So it is a very general document, but this has been very much part of the conversations that we've had with the Iranians. And on a number of issues, we are going to have to figure this stuff out during the technical negotiation phase. But what the MOU does is set up a framework whereby the Iranians get the benefits of the bargain by meeting their obligations under the bargain. They know that we don't want them to fund terrorist organizations. They know that we don't want them to be a source of instability in the region. And of course, most importantly, they know that we want a verifiable long-term commitment to not build or procure a nuclear weapon. We have that in this agreement, Jake, but fundamentally it's set up in such a way where we're going to have to attach their commitments to deliverables that then are met with economic benefits for the Iranian people. That's the way that we've structured it. One final just comment on this, Jake, if I could step back. Right now, the Iranian nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity to enrich uranium, their enriched stockpile of fuel is buried far below the earth. And we really have a two-way pathway to ensure the Iranians don't ever rebuild that capacity. On the one hand, if they try to rebuild it, they're never going to get the financial resources that they would need to rebuild a billions of dollars worth of nuclear program. On the other hand, if they're willing to commit to verifiable milestones and to make sure that we feel confident they're not going to rebuild that program, we're going to totally transform our relationship with Iran and Iran's relationship with the broader Middle East. So either way, the United States wins. Either way, we ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. But we really prefer that they choose the option where there's greater economic cooperation and where they behave like a normal country and are treated like one as well.
Wouldn't it be great to have Iran treated like, to act like a normal country? I mean, if that's the end and what happens here, it would be a remarkable thing. Because right now, Iran is the number one sponsor of terrorism in the world, and much of it aimed at us and at Israel. So wouldn't that be something? I mean, really, that would be an amazing outcome, it seems to me. And he says, J.D. Vance does, that he thinks that the Iranians, the people who are in charge now, are open to a different kind of relationship than we've had in the past. Listen to this.
47 years. This country has been a thorn in our side. It's been kind of a basket case for Democrat and Republican administrations. The coolest thing about the progress we've made over the last few weeks is that you see people within the Iranian system, senior leadership, even IRGC officials say, you know what? We may have some animosity, we may have some mistrust, but we recognize the way that we've done business with the United States for 47 years is a mistake. Let's try something else. We're going to verify that, of course, but we're certainly willing to try something else if they comply. I don't trust anybody. I think that fundamentally the way the president has set up this deal is that the benefits of the bargain only accrue again if Iran actually complies. We're not talking about rewarding words. We're talking about changing the way that we deal with Iran based on their actions. And number two, fundamentally, it is a much different group of people. The president of the United States has said this before, but let me just give some detail to that. If you think of like the last 47 years of American relations with Iran, we have never had this level of direct or indirect coordination. We've never had this level of direct communication between the highest levels of their society and the highest levels of our political leadership. So something has fundamentally transformed. Can I say with 100% certainty that they're going to meet every obligation of this bargain? No, of course not, because I can't predict the future. What I can say is that we've structured this deal in such a way where their benefits only accrue if our benefits accrue as well.
Well, there you go. Let's cross our fingers and hope that this thing is going to be all right. It is just a one page with details to be filled out later. But everybody seems to think that we are moving forward in a positive way. Well, most people do. Here we go from Newsmax. The memo has been already signed, or at least initialed, but there will be a formal signing ceremony on Friday involving, I think, the foreign minister of Iran. Yes, here we go. U.S. and Iran have signed a memorandum of understanding, according to Newsmax, to settle a near 4-month war, adding that a signing ceremony will take place on Friday and shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz would ramp up. It'll take a day or two to get that all cleared out. There's a lot of ships stuck in the strait. Speaking at a briefing of reporters, the official added that a signing ceremony will occur on Friday. You probably won't return to normal for 2 weeks in the strait, but we'll see a significant increase in strait traffic. U.S. and Iran said they agreed to terms to end their war and reopen the strait, news that brought relief to markets, although the pact may hinge on an end to hostilities in Lebanon and defer talks to Tehran's nuclear program. So let's see. President Trump, ships are moving. Ships are moving. We've been escorting a fair number of ships through, in the dark of night. Ships are starting to move, he says, with oil out of the Strait of Hormuz, he wrote on Truth Social. They're going along the Southern Highway, which is totally safe, secure, and pristine. There are other areas of travel also, the president says. By the way, this memorandum is a 60-day memorandum of understanding. Opens the Strait of Hormuz, ends all fighting on fronts, lift the American blockade, and requires Iran to abandon his nuclear weapons. Here we go. Look who's butthurt over this whole thing. Obama. Former President Barack Obama is sharing his thoughts on President Donald Trump's handling of Iran, saying recently that he is skeptical that real progress will be made. Speaking on Good Morning America co-anchor Robin Roberts on Saturday, one day prior to Trump's announcement, the exact points of this was a little bit dated in the information, but in the interview Saturday ahead of the new deal, Obama told Roberts that he was doubtful any deal with Iran put forward by the Trump administration would be significantly different from the 2015 deal that his administration put in place. It is doubtful, he says, that that's my Obama, that any agreement that arises is going to be significantly different. He expressed hope that the fighting in the region would come to an end and urged policymakers to prioritize diplomacy over military action. Okay, thank you, Barack. Go back into your hole. We don't need to hear anything from you. PJ Media, yes, Trump's Iran deal is so much better than Obama's. Trying to get to the meat of this. The deal, currently structured as a memorandum of understanding, extends the ceasefire for 60 days. A formal signing ceremony set for June 19th in Switzerland. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister Kazim I'm going to try this one. Garibabadi confirmed from Tehran that a halt to military operations, including in Lebanon, took effect Sunday. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also confirmed the agreement, saying it followed intensive talks. So, take that. The story goes on to say that it believed, the reporter here says, the inspection regime under Obama was a joke. Under Obama's nuclear deal, Iran could delay inspection of suspicious undeclared sites for up to 24 days through multi-step dispute processes, giving critics reason to worry the evidence could be concealed before inspectors arrived. Listen, it was a bad deal, and Obama's plan was just throw money at them. Pallets full of cash. Remember that? I do remember. I remember it very much so. CIA, this is one thing, I'll just throw this out there, because Axios they've got some pretty good sources on the inside of the Trump administration, and this is interesting. The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, told President Trump and other senior officials that evidence gathered by U.S. intelligence agencies raised serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make nuclear concessions the U.S. is seeking in any final deal. This according to three sources familiar with the discussions. Ratcliffe isn't the only skeptic in Trump's top team. An internal discussion, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth both expressed concerns and raised questions about the Memorandum of Understanding, while Vice President Vance and U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner advocated for it. So it looks like Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner are going to be the lead on all of this. And it's interesting. I just saw, at least in the parts that I was able to watch, this morning out of France, Marco Rubio was in the room, but he really wasn't saying very much. So just take that and put it in your back pocket, see what happens. 20 minutes now past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. In just a moment when we come back, we're going to talk about what this means for, the thing you care most about, is that's the price of gasoline that you're putting in your truck or your car. It's all coming up in just a moment. Let's take a commercial break. Not here at 20 minutes past the hour.
Coming up at the bottom of the hour, more on the U.S.-Iran peace deal. Also, a fatal military plane crash. We'll have details. And Nashville's mayor taking action on data centers. That's all at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is, excuse me. Yeah, it's early. 5:25 on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair today for Dan Mandis. He returns on Monday. We're looking for a nice day on tap, 82 degrees and abundant sunshine. So get out there and get it all done. We were talking a moment ago about the deal in Iran. A one-page memorandum of understanding will be signed. Many details to be worked out in the coming days. But what you really care about, and what most Americans really care about in this whole thing is, what is it going to cost to fill up my truck now? Well, the fact of the matter is the cost of oil is coming down dramatically. I'm looking at the latest numbers right now. West Texas Intermediate crude is at $78.75 a barrel, down about 2.5% this morning. That's pretty good because there was a time where West Texas Intermediate crude was well over $100, and it's now at 78. See, I told you this would happen. I would told you that as soon as they were able to come to some kind of an agreement, you would start to see the price of oil come down. And in due time, that will bring down the price of gasoline. Gasoline is coming down dramatically. By the way, Brent crude selling right now for $81 a barrel. It's down about 2 1/3. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good right off the bat. So how does that translate into gasoline prices? I've got all that information right here for you. And if you're in Williamson County, get ready to be angry. National average for a gallon of gas, you're traveling across the country, on average, you're going to pay $4.04 a gallon. I think briefly yesterday it dropped below $4. But that's the national average right now, $4.04. Nashville, the average is $3.58 a gallon in Nashville on average. Now, I like to do this because I think it's completely baffling to me how this is and why this is. I can't figure it out. It seems like gasoline prices ought to be pretty much the same in our area. Because the thing that changes gasoline prices most is tax dollars, is, what the government puts on a gallon of gas, and that's why it's so expensive out in California compared to where it is here. But there is a tremendous difference between the cost of gasoline in, let's say, Wilson County, where I'm broadcasting from, and Williamson County. Here we go. Wilson County, average price for a gallon of gas right now is $3.44. In Davidson County, you go right across the line into Davidson County, and it's 22 cents more a gallon on average. $3.66 in Davidson County. Now, if you go south out of Davidson County and you go down to Williamson County, the average price of a gallon of gas is $4.09. So Davidson County gas is 22 cents a gallon more than Wilson County gas, and Williamson County gas is 65 cents more a gallon than the gasoline you buy in Wilson County. Same gas, different prices. I did a little back of the envelope math here, and so 65 cents more a gallon in Williamson County than in Wilson. If you multiply that out in a $20 tank or 20-gallon tank of gas, that means that it costs you $13 more to fill up your tank in Williamson County than it would if you filled it up in Wilson County. So that is just mind-blowing to me that there can be that much difference. All right, we got a great show lined up here for you this morning. Time to settle in and get all the news as you get ready to go to work or whatever it is you're doing today. You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Brian Wilson in for the vacationing Dan Mandis.
It is 5:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A traffic report and a weather forecast are all on the way. President Trump said the memorandum of understanding with Iran would be released pretty soon, but probably sometime after Friday. ABC's Karen Travers, she's with the president in Geneva.
The president said it would be released maybe at the end of the week, but a senior administration official had told us it would likely come in 24 to 48 hours. The president called it a very powerful document and said he wants it to be released. But that's the big thing. Like, we don't know exactly what is in it. We just know what the administration has said and some of the things that the Iranians have been pushing for up until this point.
Tragedy back here in the U.S. 8 people were killed in a B-52 bomber crash at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Deputy Commander for the 412th Test Wing, Colonel James Hayes, says they aren't sure yet what caused that crash, but a lengthy investigation will get underway after next of kin are notified. The crash happened shortly after takeoff around 11:20 a.m. local time yesterday. Colonel Hayes says the crash is contained on the runway.
It was a B-52 that was on initial takeoff, supporting the radar modernization program, which is a local test sortie. It took off and immediately after takeoff crashed and burst into flames.
Also back here in Nashville, as the debate surrounding data centers continues across Middle Tennessee, Nashville's Mayor Freddie O'Connell, he signed an executive order to ensure Nashvillians will be protected from any, quote, potential negative impacts, unquote, from large-scale data centers. According to the mayor's office, Executive Order 59 directs metro departments to identify lawful ways to ensure Nashville's air, water, public spaces, and residents are protected from the potential negative impacts of large-scale data center operations. The announcement comes after Metro Council on first reading advanced a 90-day moratorium on new data center permits. Let's go ahead and check out the market numbers report here this morning, and it is brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They are online at beaconcm.com.
Investors' hopes for an end soon to the U.S.-Iran conflict fueled gains for the major stock averages Monday. The Dow soared 469 points to finish at 51,671. The S&P gained 1.6%. The Nasdaq soared 3%. Assuming the Gulf Peace Agreement holds, the Strait of Hormuz is set to fully reopen by the end of the week. But analysts say businesses that rely on petroleum products could still see supply shortages for months. Following its record-breaking IPO Friday, SpaceX watched its shares surge 20% during its first full day of trading yesterday. CEO Elon Musk posted on X, which he also owns, that the company could reach $1 trillion in revenue by 2030. And forget that the American whiskey industry is in a slump. Vermont distillery Lost Lantern is releasing the United States of Bourbon, a blend of 50 bourbons, one from each state, to mark the country's 250th birthday.
Sounds good. Hey, that's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather on the way. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, that backup that we had on 24 westbound at 840, they had 3 lanes closed there because they did construction overnight. Anyway, all that's been cleared and things are moving through there pretty well. However, in the Hermitage area now, we have an injury accident reported, Couchville Pike at South Mount Juliet Road. I'm Jay Harper.
Good morning, everybody. 38 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I am Brian Wilson, your friend and radio buddy, filling in for Dan Mandis, who will return on Monday. He's at the beach. He got his toes in the sand, and life is good for Dan and Amy and young Riker. But again, he'll be back on Monday. Joan Jones filling in for Chris Hand. And she'll come in about 8:35, and we'll find out what's on Joan's mind and what she's got coming up a little bit later today. Jay Harper's in the newsroom because Joan is on fill-in duty, and Sam is in the studio control room pushing all the blinky buttons. Sam, I know you were a big fan of the big UFC event over at the White House, and we all talked about that yesterday. It really was a remarkable event. But this story just dropped on Fox News, and I think it's pretty interesting. The FBI apparently disrupted an alleged explosive drone plot targeting that event at the White House. Signal chats allegedly revealed 23 people discussing pre-operational activity. The FBI, its law enforcement partners, disrupted an alleged plot targeting this weekend's UFC Freedom 250 event in Washington. 5 people in custody as of Monday, and investigators identified 23 people as part of a potential network of plotters. The alleged plan involved using, this is scary, explosive-laden drones to hit buildings near the event, force a mass evacuation, and steer crowds toward a pre-staged sniper team. This is nasty. This is ugly. Second wave was then allegedly planned to storm the White House gate, according to officials. That's quite a plan. The FBI learned of the threat on June 10th, worked with partners to secure probable cause for an arrest in Cincinnati, where one suspect was taken into custody. Investigators later uncovered signal chats in which multiple people allegedly discuss attacking the UFC event. An initial review of one suspect's iPhone identified at least 23 signal users discussing pre-operational activity. Some of those involved allegedly planning a trip to Fredericksburg, Virginia, to prepare for the attack. One suspect allegedly told investigators the goal was to target capitalist elites, billionaires, or politicians who received donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. The investigation stretched across at least 12 FBI field offices. See this? When I read this, I can't help but come to the conclusion that there are some very dark people operating in the underbelly of our country. It used to be called the Black Bloc. Now we call them, anarchists. Everybody's got a different name for them, but they're just people who are, absolutely against anything that might happen in the Trump administration. And it's the same loony left people you see at these protests. They're organized. They travel from event to event, and where their funding comes from is a good question. I think I have an idea where it comes from, but proving it is a little bit more difficult. But I mean that there is this well-funded, well-greased operation of ne'er-do-wells who go from event to event to event, and who would actually plan not only to fly explosive-laden drones into buildings, but to then scare people into the oncoming path of a sniper team. Man, anyway, that story just breaking here this morning.
Well, we know I was going to say, we know we can blame the rhetoric on people like Hassan Piker, who literally call for the blood of capitalists to run through the streets.
I think it's a very good point. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, there are people who are stirring the pot out there, and there are people who are taking up, some of these crazy ideas that are being thrown out by the extreme left wing of the Democrat Party. Wow. Scary, scary stuff. Now, as we often say here on this program, changing directions dramatically, the truth is out there. Couple of stories, we're getting all these UAP files, unidentified aerial phenomenon files. This story from News Nation says, new UAP files reveal that China and Russia may have retrieved objects. I don't think this is a surprise to many who've been following this story. Days after demands for disclosure on the steps of the U.S. Capitol, the Pentagon has released a third batch of UFO files, as we have told you, contain several eyewitness accounts and footage documentation sightings of spherical objects or orbs. But now, apparently, there are talks that China and Russia may have been doing the same thing. That's why I think you won't see perhaps everything that you might otherwise see, is because it is a real valid national security reason to keep some of this stuff undercover. I'm pretty sure at this point, the evidence, I think, is safe to say, we have recovered alien craft of some kind, or craft that came from somewhere, that can do amazing things, and we've been trying for years, since about 1947 apparently, to reverse engineer this stuff, and there are some real problems in trying to get that all done. But you got to understand that the Chinese and the Russians are likely doing the same thing. So we don't want to reveal too much about how much of that we've successfully reverse engineered, because you don't want the Chinese and the Russians, our adversaries on the world stage, to know exactly where we are. And so I think that's pretty interesting stuff. There's going to be a new advisory panel headed up by an astrophysicist by the name of Avi Loeb. And he's talking a little bit. I think this interview was before the official announcement came out. But he's been looking at some of these files, and here is his initial take of what he found in them.
The latest release from yesterday is quite remarkable. There is a detailed letter from the director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office in the Pentagon, talking about an event from 2023, October 2023. During 2 days, officials that are very trustworthy, law enforcement officials noticed orbs in the sky that behave in very strange ways. For example, a mother orb gives birth to baby orbs that come out of it, smaller ones. And they say that they looked carefully at all the data, and they cannot explain 40% of the phenomena that were witnessed. Now, there are two possibilities. If you are down to earth and you say, I'm a realist, which, is pretty much the approach that the intelligence agencies take, you must admit that there are objects that are potentially produced by adversarial nations that we are not aware of. And they are near sensitive size strategic assets. So that's a major national security concern. There needs to be more research, more funding going to figuring out whether we are being spied upon by the Chinese. We shut down a Chinese spy balloon. The question is, are there drones with very special technologies that we are not aware of? That is at the minimum. And that's why President Trump's directive is very important, because it's a reality check, a honesty check on what we are capable of identifying. And it's a hole in our defense system if this is coming from human-made technologies. But of course, the icing on the cake is, after looking into that, if we end up concluding it's not human-made, from some extraterrestrial origin, that would be the biggest discovery ever made by humanity.
I think he's right about that. Look, it is likely, I think, that some of the things that people see is technology that we have reverse engineered. The United States has reverse engineered, and we're not likely to want to talk about that. We don't even talk about stuff that is less, secret than that. We don't talk a great deal about the development of new aircraft or new weaponry systems, and so it would not make sense for us to talk about that in a great way. But some of the stuff that we're seeing out there may well be Chinese, may well be Russian, and some of it, who knows where it comes from? I'm of two minds of this thing. One of it is I'm becoming increasingly convinced, based on the evidence that has been released by the Trump administration and others, that really we've been doing this for a long time, since at least maybe the 30s, and certainly by the mid 40s, 47 for sure in Roswell. We've been taking these craft and trying to reverse engineer them and trying to figure out the secrets of this technology, and it's not been easy, apparently. And so there is that. But there's a certain number of them that just defy explanation. Nobody seems to say, we don't think this is our peers in the world stage. It's not the Russians. It's not the Chinese. We just can't. We don't believe that what we have witnessed, that there's anybody on Earth who has developed such technology. And so the question is, what are these things? What are they up to? Very interesting stuff. And then let me just leave you with this thought. This is very strange. I found this on Vice.com. Former UAP task force member allegedly claims she may have encountered 2 extraterrestrials in public. This is written by a woman named Ashley Fike. And here's what she said. I spoke directly with a former member of the UAP task force who told me something wild. She believes she may have encountered 2 extraterrestrials in public. They were humanoid enough to blend in. They wore disguises, but when they revealed their eyes, something was clearly off. She went on, she confirmed her story through her own contacts. She says there are NHI, non-human intelligence, living in certain locations in the U.S., human enough to walk around undetected. I need more evidence before I'd call it confirmed truth, but it's a stunning development. Wow. Apparently it was off camera, but apparently there was this story was revealed, and there you have it. Are they walking among us? There is this. They say there are 4 kinds. There's the tall whites, the grays, I think the reptilians, and the Nordics. Maybe even some insectoids. So maybe 5. The Nordics are said to be very human-like, and they have blonde hair and blue eyes and look very Nordic, but can pass for human. With little problem is the story. So again, the truth is out there. What it is ain't exactly clear, though, at this point. 51 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
President Trump, he is continuing to tout the Iran peace agreement while he's at the G7 summit, and an arrest back here in Nashville in the fatal shooting of a Fisk University student. We'll have those stories and more at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 55 minutes now past the hour of 5 o'clock. Good morning to you on this Tuesday, July 16th. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN, where we bring you all the good stuff that you need to know. Look, this is probably not going to be a surprise to you, but I think it's pretty fascinating that people on the left are unhappy, and many of them perhaps not as sane as conservatives are. And that's not just my thinking. I mean, I think we all observe these crazy, loony left people, and we wonder, what's wrong with these people? They seem to be not right. And there's some evidence to suggest that if you're way out there on the left, there's a greater chance that you're a little crazy. I'm just reporting what's here. If you've spent any time arguing with the liberals online, writes this story from Matt Margolis over at PJ Media. Now there's a new study to prove it. You already know this. The decades of research have shown that political conservatives report better mental health and greater happiness than their counterparts on the left. A new study published by the journal Political Behavior takes that finding a step further, finding that mental illness is emerging as its own political identity and is most heavily aligned with the leftist political ideology and causes, and that it clusters heavily among younger, far left Americans. Shocking. Columbia University's magazine noted back in 23 that American adults who identify as politically liberal have long reported lower levels of happiness and psychological well-being than do conservatives. However, researchers spent years scratching their heads over why. Scholars from the University of Florida in Toronto eventually took a crack at it, drawing on 4 separate studies. Their conclusion: conservatives, listen to this, tend to have a greater personal agency, religiosity, moral clarity, a positive outlook, and stronger self-worth, which are traits consistently linked to resilience and good mental health. In other words, having a sense of purpose and taking responsibility for your life is good for you. Professor Lauren Vandehey of Utah State University has conducted research that connects the mental health gap directly to political identity formation. Her findings were drawn from a 22 cooperative election study. She wrote, I further find there is an emerging mental health political identity that is most pronounced among younger Gen Z and more liberal Americans. Roughly half the participants who identified as having a mental illness said that identity was very important to them, or somewhat important to them personally. She found that mental health identity operates differently in politics than physical disability and a bunch of other stuff. The implication is clear. Mental health struggles, increasingly worn as badges of identity, carry huge political weight. Study also found conservatives are less likely than liberals to categorize anxiety and depression as mental health conditions and report seeking treatment at lower rates. Vandehey attributes this to, quote, a personal responsibility ethos among conservatives. They do not seek help when they think they can resolve the issues on their own. The left will frame that as denial. Conservatives frame it as actually handling your problems. So there you have it. We thought they were crazy. We call them the crazy Democrats. Apparently there's something to it. 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the news with Jay Harper.
It is 6 a.m., and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories, a weather forecast, and another traffic report coming up. President Trump continuing to tout his agreement with Iran today as he met with world leaders in Geneva. Trump is there for the G7 summit. Speaking alongside the Emir of Qatar, Trump said Iran would suffer unbelievable consequences if they ever tried to obtain a nuclear weapon.
I didn't want to attack them last week, but we had no choice. And we did it twice, actually. We were doing it a third time, and We were able to not have to do that. But we have a deal that's a fair deal. It's a good deal.
Back here in Nashville, Metro Police have arrested 2 Murfreesboro men in the fatal shooting of a Fisk University student. And they say they killed him out of jealousy over a girlfriend. Andre Bell, 20 years of age, was fatally shot back in January while driving on I-65 in Nashville. The college basketball player was with 2 friends. They were on their way home from a university gymnastics event at the Nashville Fairgrounds. After 5 months of meticulous investigation following the shooting, police say evidence led them to Braden Carter, 19, and Demarion Coleman, 18. They're both charged with first-degree murder. Detectives say the shooting spurred from Carter's jealousy and possessiveness over his girlfriend, who is a member of the Fisk gymnastics team. Extensive review and analysis of cell phone data helped lead them to that conclusion, according to a press release. The market numbers report. Let's get to that once again. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. They can be found online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Investors' hopes for an end soon to the U.S.-Iran conflict fueled gains for the major stock averages Monday. The Dow soared 469 points to finish at 51,671. The S&P gained 1.6%. The Nasdaq soared 3%. Assuming the Gulf Peace Agreement holds, the Strait of Hormuz is set to fully reopen by the end of the week. But analysts say businesses that rely on petroleum products could still see supply shortages for months. Following its record-breaking IPO Friday, SpaceX watched its shares surge 20% during its first full day of trading yesterday. CEO Elon Musk posted on X, which he also owns, that the company could reach $1 trillion in revenue by 2030. And forget that the American whiskey industry is in a slump. Vermont distillery Lost Lantern is releasing the United States of Bourbon, a blend of 50 bourbons, one from each state, to mark the country's 250th birthday.
Let's go ahead and get to the stock futures before the opening bell. The Dow's up 43, the S&P is up 0.5, and NASDAQ gets up 49.5. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. We do have just one lone crash being reported. It's in Hermitage. That would be an injury wreck, Couchville Pike at South Mount Juliet Road. And we are starting to see the normal slowdown at the 6524 junction there near Trinity Lane. You folks are always used to that. No wreck there or anything, but it just gets busy. The rest of the metro looking pretty clear thus far this morning. I'm Jay Harper.
Good morning, everybody. 6 minutes past the hour at 6 o'clock, hour number 2 of Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. I'm Brian Wilson, filling in for Dan Mandis. Dan Mandis returns on Monday. And we've got a lot going on here this morning. I want to remind you that there is a breaking story here this morning that I think is very fascinating. And thank goodness our intelligence and our investigative abilities in this country were good enough to catch this. You know, we had this big UFC event over at the White House. There were thousands. I mean, how many people, Sam, do you think were there? I mean, 80,000 people, something like that?
Probably in total close to 90. You had 4,000 to 5,000 on the lawn and then another 80 in the park behind it.
Well, apparently there was the FBI has unraveled a plot to disrupt that event and to kill people that were apparently at this event. They have arrested some people, and they're investigating some 23 people who've been discussing a plot. And it worked something like this. They were going to fly explosive-laden drones, so drones with bombs on them, and they were going to fly them into buildings nearby where this was taking place, I guess to sort of to scare people and have them run away and panic. And then they would drive them directly into the pathway of sniper teams where they would shoot these people. Can you believe that? And it was apparently unraveled and arrests have been made and the FBI is all over it. But my gosh, this tells you a little bit about just how deranged the other side is. That there were people online talking about this kind of. There is a very dark element in this country. This Trump derangement syndrome has driven some people just over the edge, and you know, to the fact where they're talking about carrying out an attack, a major terrorist attack. Now, was it aspirational? Did they have the ability to carry it out? I don't know, but one way or the other, you can't get online and talk about flying bombs in Washington, D.C., and then shooting people. So that's going to be a story you hear a lot about over the course of the next 24 hours or so and in the days ahead. Want to turn at the top of this hour into some Nashville news, Nashville and surrounding areas, Tennessee news. Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell, Fast Freddie, is directing city departments to identify and evaluate the potential impacts of data centers and provide policy recommendations to address this. You know, there's a big data center that's going to go over at Fisk University. There's a big data center they want to put in near the Nashville Zoo, and there's a lot of controversy about it. And, you know, I'm not saying that the controversy is misplaced, because I don't think it makes a lot of sense to put a big data center next to the zoo. But that being said, there is now apparently a pause on this kind of stuff. 6 city departments, writes the Tennessean, are being asked to review infrastructure, environmental, neighborhood, and economic impacts that could be caused by data centers and provide policy recommendations. In other words, if I'm reading this correctly, he's simply saying we need a blue ribbon panel to investigate this matter. The executive order comes as public opposition grows particularly strong. The order emphasizes O'Connell's support for the expedited consideration of legislation, pausing new data center development, while a regulatory framework, including review and a permitting process. I am generally not in favor of more government and more regulations, but these things do have an impact. I mean, they draw a tremendous amount of electricity. They use a tremendous amount of water. There is heat. There is noise. There are some things that are associated with this. And my fear is, while we need data centers, my fear is that it'll get to the point where everybody says, NIMBY, 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 not in my backyard. I don't want it in mine. And then we fall behind because we're not building enough of these data centers to support the AI. But the concern I have is I know how much electricity these things take. I know how much water that they take. It's quite excessive, those two things. And at the end of the day, what happens? Let's say we get into a drought situation. Do we turn off the water to the AI and shut it down until we get a good rain comes along? In other words, do the AI have a priority access to the water, or do we? What about electricity? We often find ourselves, well, not often, but occasionally find ourselves in situations where there are brownouts and things like that. If there are brownouts and we lose, are having problems with power, do we turn off the data centers so that people can have air conditioning? I think these are real good questions and things that should be explored. I really do think so. O'Connell issues executive order supporting moratorium. This is from the Nashville Scene. All right. In the months since Fisk University announced a $1 billion campus master plan to include a 70,000 square foot data center in North Nashville, and 1 week since additional details came to light regarding another center planned at the Nashville Zoo, there's been a great community outcry. Mayor Freddie O'Connell on yesterday, issued an executive order pulling the full weight of the metro government behind efforts to pause the development of large-scale data centers. Such centers often power AI usage, consume large amounts of water, generate heat, and contribute to pollution. O'Connell said he would like to expedite a proposed 90-day moratorium on such data centers. This is an interesting idea in Nashville. I found this on Channel 2, WKRN's website. Pretty interesting story. Nashville leaders are exploring a new approach to public intoxication. Now, Sam, I know, this wouldn't apply to you because you're a responsible individual. But, I've heard that there are people who come to Nashville and they drink too much. Happens. So what do? Do you put them in jail for public intoxication? That's the way we deal with it now. You had too much to drink. We're going to send you to the drunk tank and let you sober up. But now there's a different approach being considered, and Metro Council members are expected to decide Tuesday whether to apply for a $1.6 million federal grant that would launch a 3-year pilot program for a sobering and stabilization center in Nashville. The proposed facility would offer a place for individuals experiencing intoxication to sober up, receive basic care, and if need, connect with treatment and support services. The concept is modeled after an existing sobering center in Austin. The concept is modeled after an existing sobering center in Austin, Texas, which operates around the clock. It serves a wide range of people, from those struggling with substance use disorders to individuals who simply drank too much during a night out. There's a lot of reasons why folks end up here and a variety of outcomes for when they leave. So instead of sending them to jail, apparently there is some thought, we'll just send them into a big room and let them sober up under supervision, medical supervision. I don't know. Very interesting. $1.6 million federal grant. We'll see what happens with that. Here's a positive thing. You know, our economy here in Tennessee continues to boom. People are moving here from California. People are moving from blue states. They're finding that they like what we have here in Middle Tennessee. And why not? I mean, we got a lot going on here. It's a great town. It's a great community. And you know, we have no state income tax, which is a big dog deal. New report, these Tennessee cities named among America's new boom towns. Here's what that means. This is from WSMV's website. New report named America's new boom towns. Several Tennessee cities are on the list. Comes from Smart Asset, ranked more than 400 U.S. cities with populations of at least 65,000 people based on growth in housing, labor force, local economic output over the last 5 years. So what are the boom towns? Where are things happening in a big way? Well, here they are. Clarksville ranked highest in the state at number 23 on this national list. The city saw, an 18% increase in housing units, a 31% increase in labor force, and a 4.8% compound annual real growth of GDP. Wow, 5% growth of GDP in Clarksville. 18% increase in housing units. I mean, it's just blowing up. You know, I got to tell you, at times like this, when things are starting to explode and you're starting to see, more and more growth in an area at a very fast rate, the city government and the political leaders of the community must make great decisions. And they got to stay ahead of the curve. You get behind the curve, you never get caught up. You've got to have the infrastructure to support that many people, and if you get behind, it just takes years and years and years to work your way out of it. So I hope that the people are on the job here. Number 2, at number 25 on the national list, with a 20% increase in housing units, a 21% increase in labor force, and a GDP growth of about 4.7%. Murfreesboro, down to Borough. Number 25 on the national list. Franklin ranked at number 57. They have witnessed 11% housing growth, 8% labor force growth, 5.5 GDP growth. And last on our Tennessee list, Knoxville, which made the list at 69, with a 6% increase in housing units, an 18% increase in labor force, and a GDP growth of around 4.5%. The strongest boomtown growth nationally is in the South and in the West, with Florida having the most cities on the list, 19, followed by Texas with 18. The number one place in the country that is booming, Georgetown, Texas. Here we go. This is interesting. Rutherford County school teachers' number one concern, student behavior amid surge of DCS students. More on that in a moment. A little bit behind. Let's get a quick check of what's happening with traffic and weather on Super Talk 99.7. Our forecast today, a high of 82. Currently, we're in the upper 60s, and today, tomorrow, looking like really nice days. Rutherford County school teachers say they've got a problem. Student behavior. And why do they have this problem? Apparently, it has to do with a surge of DCS students that has tripled and quadrupled from what they've been in past years. One of the biggest concerns that Rutherford County school teachers said they have across the district was student behavior. They had a work session this week where they talked about it. According to James Sullivan, Dr. James Sullivan, the Rutherford County Director of Schools, the school district has received many students in the past year that are part of the Tennessee Department of Children's Services, and they have a lot of needs, and it's causing behavioral problems in the school. We, of course, want to serve students, Dr. Sullivan said. Later mentioned how RCS, Rutherford County Schools, are already struggling to serve students who live in Rutherford County. But with the students in DCS homes, he said it's taken a lot of their resources. Rutherford County Schools reportedly had 196 students in DCS custody. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but if you ever just really study human behavior, they tell you that 90% of your problem comes from 10% of your people. And so 196 troubled students can really cause a lot of problems for a school district like that. That was in 2026, it's 523 students that have been placed in there from DCS. So they're trying to figure out how in the heck do we serve these kids and solve these behavioral problems. If you have behavioral problems, it destroys the ability of our young people to learn. You have to get it under control. You also have to provide education to people, regardless of whether they're troubled or not. So what a struggle that must be for people in the world of education. And finally, just this story, I don't have time to get into it in a great deal, but boy, there was a scary thing in Sumner County. During a preliminary hearing on Friday, deputies with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office revealed that a former band director at White House High School allegedly had inappropriate contact with 3 students. Dalton Hawkins was taken back into custody on a $2 million bond after investigators testified that he had contact with 3 students. He apparently, this individual, there were signs. He's accused of rape. He imposed a hugging quota on students, deputies say. The students told Mr. Hawkins had a hugging quota, and if he didn't get enough hugs throughout the day, he'd become more manipulative and upset and sad. This according to authorities.
Ew.
Yeah, creepy, huh? Sumner County. We'll call that 22 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A planned terrorist attack at the UFC White House event apparently thwarted. We'll have details. President Trump frustrated with Israel, and a surprise divorce announcement of a country music star. We'll have all that coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 28 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. He'll return on Monday. If you have, Sam, do you have a dark sense of humor? I think I detect in you from time to time sort of a dark and wicked sense of humor.
You know, kind of like the morgue in a remote county area. It's that dark.
Well, that may be a sign that you're above average intelligence.
Oh.
Did you know that?
Well, that's what my GPA reflect.
Yeah, listen. Well, there you go. Listen, apparently there have been some studies on this, and they found that people who appreciate dark humor are above average intelligence. They showed a bunch of people drawings from a German cartoonist that were said to be rather dark, dealt with the issues of death and suicide and disease and other things. And then they asked folks to rate the jokes based on how difficult they were to understand, how vulgar they found them, or if they liked them. So they fell into three groups. The first group expressed moderate appreciation for dark humor, found to be of average intelligence, moderate levels of aggression. Group number two appreciated the jokes the least of the three, had average intelligence and high aggression. The third group was the highest reported appreciation for the morbid gags presented to them, had higher intelligence and lower aggressions than the other two groups. So if you have a dark, sick sense of humor, you might be more balanced than you imagine.
Do you want a quick example of that? Want to run this experiment?
Sure, absolutely.
All right. What's the last thing to go through a fly's head as it hits the windshield at 70 miles an hour?
I don't know.
Its butt. My grandpa has the heart of a lion and a lifetime ban from the zoo.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And on that cheery note, a cheery and intelligent note, it's time for the news at 6:30 with Jay Harper.
Okay, coming up on 31 minutes now past 6 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A forecast and a traffic report are coming up. The FBI and its law enforcement partners disrupted an alleged plot targeting this past weekend's UFC Freedom 250 event in Washington, D.C. That's what officials are telling Fox News Digital. 5 people were in custody as of yesterday. And investigators, they've identified 23 people as part of a potential network of plotters. The alleged plan involved using explosive-laden drones to hit buildings near the event, force a mass evacuation, and steer crowds toward a pre-staged sniper team. Again, that's what officials are reporting. A second wave was then alleged to be planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat back on June 10th and worked with partners to secure probable cause for an arrest in Cincinnati, where they took one suspect into custody. Investigators later uncovered chats on the Signal app in which a whole bunch of folks allegedly discussed attacking the UFC event. An initial review of one of the suspect's phones identified at least 23 people discussing pre-operational activity. One suspect allegedly told investigators the goal was to target capitalist elites, as well as billionaires or politicians who received donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. The investigation stretched across at least 12 FBI field offices. I'm sure we'll be hearing more on this. President Trump, he urged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to show more restraint in Lebanon, which Trump said was threatening his deal with Iran. Trump made the comments today on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Geneva. Speaking to reporters, Trump said Israel's war in Lebanon threatens the U.S. deal with Iran.
I've had a great relationship with Bibi, but now Bibi has to be more responsible with respect to Lebanon.
And finally, country music star Jelly Roll has filed for divorce from his wife, Bunny. That's according to the Williamson County court records. Jelly Roll, his real name is Jason DeFord. He filed for divorce back on May 18th against his wife. Her birth name is Alyssa Andrea DeFord. His wife is a model, a podcast host, and a social media personality. They've been married for nearly 10 years. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Well, we do have an accident. I-840 westbound, just past Stewart's Ferry Pike. That would be around mile marker 70. Somebody has struck a deer there. Poor deer. Apparently, nobody injured in that accident. Aside from that, we have no other accidents or breakdowns in the Nashville metro area. I'm Jay Harper.
Well, good morning to you. 6:38 on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on this Tuesday, June 16th. It's It's going to be a nice day. We're talking about temperatures in the low 80s today. I mean, yesterday it was like Chamber of Commerce weather. Wasn't it nice? I really enjoyed it. Rain returning on Wednesday, so get ready for all of that. You know, in the last hour, I read a story for you that I thought was very interesting. It said that people on the left are less happy and perhaps have diminished mental health because of their outlook on life, and that conservatives report better mental health and greater happiness. So it sort of falls into that category of what I call, the crazy Democrats. Yeah, because, they're nuts. Just totally insane they are. Yep, I think that's true. That's true. Here's an interesting story from the New York Giants, of all things. A group of Christian baseball players demonstrated courage in the face of the LGBTQ mob, and they're being called intolerant for it. What was their crime? What did they do? Why were they considered intolerant? This came about last Friday as the Giants hosted their Pride Night commemorating LGBTQ community. The night's antics included, this is according to the Federalist, same-sex couples renewing their vows on the field in the presence of a drag queen, the national anthem being sung by an LGBTQ-affirming non-denominational church, and players donning rainbow-colored hats, according to Fox News. Rather than bow to the left's pagan religion, Giants pitchers Landon Roop, J.T. Brubaker, Ryan Walker, and Sam Hentges took a different approach. Roop, Brubaker, and Walker inscribed variations of Genesis 9:12 through 16 on their LGBTQ-themed hats, their rainbow hats, as a reference to the Bible verses in which God uses a rainbow to signify his covenant that he would never again destroy mankind by flooding the earth. One of them, Hentges, I believe that's the way you say his name, declined to wear a rainbow-colored hat at all. So they were pressed on the matter after they lost to the Chicago Cubs. Roop explained the meaning behind the verses. It's about God's covenant and a promise that he makes to us. He stood behind his Christian faith, his decision to write his verses on his hat, and encourage others, those offended by his choice, to read the Bible. Listen to this quote. It's just something I believe in and I stand firm in. Thankfully, we live in a community where we have freedom to believe what we want. There's no hate at all. It's just what I stand for, and what I stand for, what I stand in. I believe in God, and they have been absolutely attacked by the left. Left media shills wasted no time in making it known that their inclusion label doesn't apply to faithful Christians. Grant Brisby, a writer for the New York Times Sports Division, penned an unhinged screed titled Giants Pitchers Bible Verses on Pride Night Caps Show How They've Missed the Point, as if he was mimicking a Seinfeld episode where Kramer got accosted for not wearing the ribbon. There you go. So they got attacked, predictably. Guy just he doesn't agree, and he did it quietly. They were the ones who asked the question. He didn't make a big deal out of it. He did something that was consistent with his faith, and didn't go out there and make a big stink about it. But when they asked him about him, he didn't shy away from it either. I don't know. James Carville never fails to impress us in many ways. He's as being completely unhinged. And he is, lately, just bouncing off the walls. He says he believes that President Donald Trump will resign the presidency before this time next year. He cited the looming midterm elections in November as a catalyst. Republicans narrowly control the House. Many do expect that the lower chamber might be lost to the Democrats. The Senate, a closer question. Trump has no earthly idea what's coming for him, Carville said on the War Room podcast. They're not telling him the vote against him in November is going to be breathtaking. I don't agree, but that's his take. Carville went on to say that Trump appears bored of being president, and he can't stay awake. He's bored. I'm telling you, this guy, by Easter of 2027, is going to walk away from this job. He's just going to walk away. I take money on that bet. I don't think he walks away. I don't think they know Donald Trump the way that we do, because I don't think he's ever going to walk away. I think he wants to run for a third term. He can't, but I think he wants to. Carville. Jonathan Turley wrote an interesting article about journalists and how they whine about the Me Too movement. But when it comes down to criticizing Plattner, who is running for the Senate in Maine, they seem to pull their punch, don't they? Pulitzer Prize-winning reporters drew distinctions between workplace harassment and Plattner's relationship allegations. So, there are allegations from former girlfriends that are not, my way, are not like classic abuse allegations. I don't know. The stuff I read was pretty bad. And a statement that would have produced a torrent of condemnations if used during the Brett Kavanaugh controversy. If Brett Kavanaugh had been, quoted as sexting, he would not be a Supreme Court justice. It's like, here you got this guy. He's got all kinds of issues, the tattoos, the sexting, the reprehensible thing he has said about women, so many of them. And yet, but that's different than other stuff that we've seen. This is, he's okay. It's all right. It's not as serious as some of the other stuff. No, it's pretty serious. But they need him. They understand. What they care about more is taking the Senate, and they have to beat Susan Collins. Now, I'm not a big fan of Susan Collins, but she does have an R after her name, and she does come from a rather, purplish state known as Maine. So, you're not going to get a rock-ribbed conservative in Maine, and I like the fact that for a lot of things, she votes Republican. Yeah, she's frustrating at times, but it gives us control of the body. You got enough votes, you control the body. So if Susan Collins loses this to Plattner, it's going to be because a lot of journalists just decided that they were going to look the other way. Yeah, I know. He's a creep, but he's our creep, and we're going to support him, and we're going to try to justify reasons why you can ignore all the reprehensible things this man has done and vote for him. Let's see, here he begrudgingly, the writer begrudgingly acknowledged there was one allegation of crossing a line physically, but I think that means that these are pretty different accusations than, say, the one that President Trump faced. Cantor did not draw this distinction between the classic Me Too and new knockoffs involving non-employment situations. So apparently, if it's a non-employment situation, they're okay with it. My old friend Chris Plant, I used to work with in D.C., has a saying. He said, if it weren't for double standards, Democrats would have no standards at all. Yeah, they want to point fingers and they want to accuse people and they want to talk about this, that, and the other when it comes to Me Too allegations. And look, some of them are serious. We should take them seriously, no doubt about it. But at the same time, if it happens to be inconvenient because we need to support this guy in order to take back the Senate, which is a bigger priority, well, we can look the other way at this guy's disgusting and reprehensible behavior. Well, it's not so disgusting and reprehensible that we won't vote for him. Listen, I hope Susan Collins wins that race. I think she probably will. Although I saw one poll this morning out of the state of Maine that indicated that Plattner may be leading by 1 point. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? It may be a combination of people are just tired of folks who've been in the Congress for a long, long time and they're ready to have some change, and that may be part of it. But if the change is going to be Plattner, oh my gosh, is this guy a disaster or what? So, again, The only standards that Democrats have are double standards. Yes. If it's you, we expect if you're a Republican or a conservative, we expect certain things, and we're going to attack you if you don't toe the line as we see it should be towed on a myriad of issues. But if you're a really bad guy and we need you desperately because you're the nominee and we want to control the Senate, then we'll turn our back on the things we believe. We'll close a blind eye to the behavior that anybody. If it had been a conservative, if it had been Donald Trump that had done something that Plattner had done, can you imagine the hue and cry? No, we need him. So we're going to ignore all that. We're going to find ways to justify and downplay the seriousness of the allegations against him. It's just nuts. So there you have it. The crazy Democrats, they're still there, and they're still crazy. It's 50 minutes now past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up at the top of the hour, President Trump continuing to tout his Iran agreement at the G7 summit. We'll have some of what's going on there. Also, the Air Force confirming a deadly crash in California. We'll have those stories and more again at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 55 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on this 16th day of June. We're halfway through the year. Isn't that something? I mean, I guess I always struggle with this, because I struggle with math. But I think is it June 1st, which is halfway through the year? Would it be June 15th that's halfway through the year, or would it be June 30th that's halfway through the year? I don't know. Do you know Sam? Do you know?
I'm checking.
Okay, he's over there tapping on the computer. I don't know, but one way or the other, we're essentially halfway through the year.
The exact middle point of a standard 365-day year occurs at noon on July 2nd.
Huh, so we've already had it then. We've already passed the halfway mark.
Next month.
Oh, you said June, didn't you?
No, July 2nd.
July 2nd. Oh, wow, so we got a little time to go. Huh, so it's basically the end of June.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I misunderstood you. Well, there you go. Listen, a lot of people coming to America right now because of the World Cup soccer. And if you're a soccer fan, you're just loving it. I think the next American game, I want to say it's against the Aussies on Thursday. I believe that's right. One way or the other, the next game is Thursday. The U.S. team doing well, and it'll be fun to support that. But the foreigners who are coming to America, and they're traveling from city to city to pick up these different games that are being played around the country, and they are having the time of their life. They are enjoying. We've talked a lot about Freddie the German. Man, his trip people are just adopting that guy. They're putting up signs. Welcome to Louisiana, Freddie, because they know where he's traveling. They know what road he's on because he's posting everything on social media, and he is loving the fast food, and he had his Buc-ee's experience, which was eye-opening. But I can't watch this. Now, this guy has a very thick accent. You have to really focus on what he's saying. He's French, and he's just been to Buc-ee's. And he is he can't believe all the things that he didn't want to like it, but he ended up liking it. Listen carefully, because again, the accent is very thick, but I think very funny.
Place has 120 pumps. 120. Why? Are you refueling the U.S. Air Force?
He says there are 120 pumps. Why? Are you refueling the U.S. Air Force?
Preparing for an alien invasion. That's terrifying. And the mascot is a beaver in a baseball cap. I saw grown men taking photos with a statue of a rodent. In France, we have revolutions. In the U.S., you bow down to a squirrel on steroids. And inside, the aggression. A man with a knife screaming, fresh brisket on the board. Sir, calm down. I just want sparkling water. Don't kill me. But I have...
They said, just calm down. He said, they're yelling about the brisket, is hot brisket on the board. And he said, calm down. I just want some sparkling water and to move on.
The problem, I wanted to hate it. I wanted to be the superior Frenchman snob. But then I ate the beaver nuggets. I
ate the beaver nuggets and it changed everything.
Don't know what is in them. I think it's sugar, butter, and pure methamphetamine. I ate one, then I had the whole bag in the parking lot like a wild animal. And the toilets, I have to admit it, but they are nicer than my apartment. You could eat the brisket off the floor in the bathroom. It's cleaner than the hospital. So I have failed. I came to judge and I stayed for the snacks. I don't have the hat, but in my heart, I am wearing the hat. God bless the beaver.
God bless the beaver.
Did you hear what he thought the nuggets were made of?
Yeah, like butter, sugar, and what was the other thing?
Methamphetamines.
Methamphetamines, that's right. Well, I got to tell you, I mean, is there any more quintessential American experience than going to Buc-ee's? I love my Buc-ee's, I'll tell you what. And apparently so did Freddie the German, and apparently now this Frenchman he said, I didn't want to like it, but I had to say, God bless the beaver. Listen, coming up in the next hour, there are some breaking stories about that UFC event that was that they held at the White House this weekend, and a terrorist attack that was broken up by the FBI, and the latest on Iran. It's all coming up in the 7 o'clock hour of Nashville's Morning News. It's Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis.
It is 7 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. Stand by for a forecast and another traffic report. President Trump, he's out there at the G7 summit talking up that agreement with Iran. Trump is there speaking alongside the Emir of Qatar, where he said he will not hesitate to attack Iran again if he feels it's necessary.
Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And it says it loud and clear. They're not going to develop it. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to do anything with it. And if they do, they suffer unbelievable consequences.
Back here in the U.S., the Air Force confirming all 8 members aboard a B-52 bomber are dead after the plane crashed Monday at Edwards Air Force Base in California. We hear now from ABC's Sophie Flay.
Officials say the B-52 Stratofortress was supporting a test for a radar modernization program when it took off around 11:20 a.m. The aircraft erupting in a massive fireball. Thick smoke seen miles away. Crews rushing to the scene, fighting the flames. A large patch of charred runway and ground, all that remains.
After an embryo mix-up at a fertility clinic, a Florida couple will keep custody of their 6-month-old daughter, and they have now reached an agreement with the baby's biological parents. ABC's Lionel Moyes has the details.
The couple filing a lawsuit against the fertility clinic and the doctor. The clinic saying in a January statement, "We will continue to assist in any way that we can, regardless of the outcome of the investigation." Genetic testing is now being done on another embryo of theirs. Attorneys requesting the case remain open until that is complete, which could take about 6 weeks.
Back here in Nashville, officers with the Metro Nashville Police Department are looking for a driver who hit 4 people in Midtown over the weekend. The crash happening early Saturday morning at the intersection of Demumbrian Street and the I-40 ramp. Police said a white GMC pickup was turning left from Demumbrian onto the highway ramp, but took the turn too wide and hit a group of people that were standing just off the road. One person was dragged by the truck and taken to the hospital with some serious injuries. Security video captured the truck getting on the highway and just speeding off. The intersection is part of Nashville's high injury network, where multiple fatal crashes involving pedestrians and cyclists have occurred. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. They're coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. A new crash reported Linbar Drive at Wallace Road, and we are still dealing with this accident where a vehicle struck a deer. This would be 840 westbound, just past exit 70, and it's actually got traffic backed up there now. I'm Jay Harper.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's 6 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Good morning to you on this Tuesday, June 16th. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who returns on Monday. Joan Jones filling in for Chris Hand. That's why she's not in the newsroom. So we have Jay Harper ably filling in there in the newsroom, covering everything you need to know at the top and the bottom of the hour. And then Miss Sam, of course, is pushing the blinky buttons in such an exceptional way. He's there. If I have a question, I just toss it out and Sam answers it. It's great. I need somebody like you around all the time. So when I have questions, I'll just turn to my answer man. But we're glad to have you along this morning. If you are just joining us and just waking up and tuning into what's going on in the world around you, you will hear a lot about this story today. This is scary. This is really scary. No, we had the big UFC event on the White House lawn, and in the parks and the green spaces around the White House. Some 80, 90,000 people had gathered. Now we're finding that apparently there was a plot to kill a bunch of them. Fox News breaking this story this morning about 6 a.m., and we're still getting more details about it. The FBI and its law enforcement partners disrupted an alleged plot targeting this weekend's UFC Freedom 250 event in Washington, D.C., officials told Fox News Digital. 5 people were in custody as of Monday, and investigators identified 23 people as part of a potential network of plotters. The alleged plan, listen to this, involved using explosive-laden drones to hit buildings near the event, force a mass evacuation, and then through the explosion, steer the crowd toward a pre-staged sniper team. Second wave then allegedly planned to storm the White House gate, according to officials. So they were gonna send drones that had bombs on them to hit buildings nearby and force people to run away in fear. Well, there's an attack and people are going to panic and they're going to run. And then they would drive them directly into the path of oncoming sniper teams. They were going to shoot and kill people. Wanton murder. And then they were going to storm the White House. Oh, my goodness. The FBI learned of the threat on June 10th, worked with partners to secure probable cause for an arrest in. These people were based in Cincinnati, where one suspect taken into custody. Investigators later uncovered signal chats in which people directly allegedly discussed attacking the UFC event. An initial review of one suspect's iPhone identified at least 23 signal users discussing pre-operational activity. Some of those allegedly involved a planned travel to Fredericksburg, Virginia on the 12th or 13th to prepare for the attack. One suspect allegedly told investigators the goal was to target capitalist elites. See? They don't like capitalism. These are communists is who they are. Billionaires or politicians who received donations from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. The investigation was massive, stretched across at least 12 FBI field offices. FBI Director Kash Patel credited the FBI, the Department of Justice, and law enforcement partners with acting quickly across multiple states to prevent the attack. Thanks to the rapid action of this FBI, our partners in the Department of Justice, in a multi-state operation, multiple individuals now in custody, and allegedly planned attacks were stopped cold. The operation showed the FBI's ability to respond quickly when threats emerge. I want to thank our great agents and partners. This work remains ongoing. We will continue to update the public as permitted. The event drew an estimated 4,300 attendees, including 1,200 active duty service members, as 14 fighters from around the world competed inside a wire mesh cage. Well, that's 4,300 attendees on the White House lawn. Surrounding area, there were 80, 90,000 people. Wow. That's very scary. No doubt we're going to learn more about that as the day goes forward. And we learned the president is in France right now for the G7 meeting. I don't think he has talked about this because the last time he was on camera, this story had just dropped on Fox News at 6 a.m. So, I don't think we'll probably get more information as the day progresses. But, I mean, this is very scary. Thank goodness. I mean, our intelligence people have to be, they have to be good all the time. And the terrorists only have to be lucky once. I'm glad we're out there. I don't know how they uncovered this thing, but I'm glad they did. And I'm glad that they were able to break it up because this sounds like, can you imagine the stories? This would be a huge thing if they'd been able to carry this off. Was it aspirational? Who knows? But you can't talk about these things. You can't even discuss these things. That is illegal. So I'm going to be watching for that story to develop in the day ahead. As you know, the president of the United States has negotiated a deal with the Iranian leaders to end the conflict and to move things on. What is this really? Well, it's not much in the early going. What they've agreed to is a 90-day pause based on a one-page memorandum of understanding, or as they say in the legal terms, an MOU. And J.D. Vance is very much out there supportive of what has done. One hears that others within the administration have their concerns about the deal. J.D. Vance is on board. The president is on board. But he basically says it's a one-page understanding while we work out the details of other things that we'd like to accomplish.
Yeah, so the MOU, Jake, is about a page and a half. So it is a very general document, but this has been very much part of the conversations that we've had with the Iranians. And on a number of issues, we are going to have to figure this stuff out during the technical negotiation phase. But what the MOU does is set up a framework whereby the Iranians get the benefits of the bargain by meeting their obligations under the bargain. They know that we don't want them to fund terrorist organizations. They know that we don't want them to be a source of instability in the region. And of course, most importantly, they know that we want a verifiable long-term commitment to not build or procure a nuclear weapon. We have that in this agreement, Jake, but fundamentally it's set up in such a way where we're going to have to attach their commitments to deliverables that then are met with economic benefits for the Iranian people. That's the way that we've structured it. One final just comment on this, Jake, if I could step back. Right now, the Iranian nuclear program has been completely destroyed. Their capacity to enrich uranium, their enriched stockpile of fuel is buried far below the earth. And we really have a two-way pathway to ensure the Iranians don't ever rebuild that capacity. On the one hand, if they try to rebuild it, they're never going to get the financial resources that they would need to rebuild a billions of dollars worth of nuclear program. On the other hand, if they're willing to commit to verifiable milestones and to make sure that we feel confident they're not going to rebuild that program, we're going to totally transform our relationship with Iran and Iran's relationship with the broader Middle East. So either way, the United States wins. Either way, we ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. But we really prefer that they choose the option where there's greater economic cooperation and where they behave like a normal country and are treated like one as well.
Well, there you go. And as I understand it, Trump has said this morning that this billions of dollars to help redevelop the country of Iran will not be taxpayer dollars. This will all come from the private sector. People who will want to go in and do business inside of Iran and are willing to make an investment. And as part of that investment, repair the infrastructure that's been damaged in this war. So it's not going to be your dollars. And they were going to be held accountable, we are told, to make sure that they are meeting the things that they have promised to do. And they can't get the carrot, and they will get the stick if they don't agree to meeting certain things having to do with the dismantling of their nuclear weapons program and their missile program, no doubt, keeping the Strait of Hormuz wide open. We got more from J.D. Vance about all this. Right now, I need to take a quick break to take a look at what's going on in traffic and weather at 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Forecast today, high of 82, and it's going to be a really nice day today and tomorrow. Let me just look real quick to get you a current temperature. I'm sorry, I should have had this all ready to go. Here it goes. Current temperature in Nashville, 65 degrees, again heading up to a high today of 82 degrees. Rain returning on Thursday and Friday. Saturday looks like a nice day if you're planning a weekend. All right, so there. Talking about the situation with the Iran deal, the markets like it. We'll get into that in just a few moments. But very quickly, here is more from J.D. Vance. He says the people that we're negotiating with inside Iran have decided that they want a different kind of relationship because what they've been doing for the last 47 years really just hasn't been working.
47 years. This country has been a thorn in our side. It's been kind of a basket case for Democrat and Republican administrations. The coolest thing about the progress we've made over the last few weeks is that you see people within the Iranian system, senior leadership, even IRGC officials say, you know what? We may have some animosity, we may have some mistrust, but we recognize the way that we've done business with the United States for 47 years is a mistake. Let's try something else. We're going to verify that, of course, but we're certainly willing to try something else if they comply. I don't trust anybody. I think that fundamentally the way the president has set up this deal is that the benefits of the bargain only accrue again if Iran actually complies. We're not talking about rewarding words. We're talking about changing the way that we deal with Iran based on their actions. And number two, fundamentally, it is a much different group of people. The president of the United States has said this before, but let me just give some detail to that. If you think of like the last 47 years of American relations with Iran, we have never had this level of direct or indirect coordination. We've never had this level of direct communication between the highest levels of their society and the highest levels of our political leadership. So something has fundamentally transformed. Can I say with 100% certainty that they're going to meet every obligation of this bargain? No, of course not, because I can't predict the future. What I can say is that we've structured this deal in such a way where their benefits only accrue if our benefits accrue as well.
Well, and so it's a carrot and stick approach. If you do the things that you've said you will do, you get the carrot, and if you don't, then we'll bring back the stick. That's what we've got going here, I think that maybe it'll work. Probably there'll be some bumps in the road along the way. And again, understand this is only a page and a half of framework. There are a lot of details still to be worked out. Technical details about how they recovered the nuclear dust that's buried under the ground, how they, dismantled their missile program, and how they are able to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. If they stumble in any way, and here's the problem. Inside Iran right now, that we are dealing with perhaps more how do I want to put this? More amenable people than we have had in the past, because they killed off 3 levels of leadership, and so there are new people buying it. The problem is there is something of a power vacuum inside Iran, and there are people who were way down the rungs who are now looking at it and say, well, I have the opportunity to lead here. I can step up and I can fill this vacuum, and there's a little fighting going on. And there are elements, the IRG, the Iranian Republican Guard, there are elements within it who still want to keep the fight going, who want to blow up the deal, who will never back down. So given the fact that there are these disparate elements inside Iran, wouldn't be surprised if there are some bumps in the road where people try to derail the progress, but we'll cross our fingers and hope that perhaps we can get a good deal and we can have a period of peace in the Middle East, where you've taken the ability of the largest and worldwide sponsor of terrorism, and you've bopped them on the nose hard enough that they will have to seriously rethink things. And hopefully, this is going to be a positive development. But that said, I would not be surprised if there aren't some bumps in the road. In a moment, I'll give you a quick look at what this means for your oil and gasoline prices. They're coming down already. More on that in a moment at 21 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock.
The president meeting with world leaders at the G7 summit. We'll have what's going on there. Also, a fatal military plane crash. And Nashville's mayor taking action on data centers. We'll have those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
best times when a woman sure can be a friend of mine.
Playing some America this morning. How about that? 28 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock. Just a couple of minutes here to run through how gas prices are doing. Because that's what you care about. You know, we got an Iran deal. Things are coming together. We're excited about it. I've laid out for you what J.D. Vance is saying about it. He's apparently one of the big proponents of this deal. West Texas Intermediate crude is down to about $78 a barrel. Brent crude at 81. Nationally, a gallon of gas will cost you, if you travel across this great country, on average $4.04 a gallon. It did drop below $4 on average for a short period of time. In Nashville, the average is $3.58 a gallon. And again, I'll say this. I don't understand how this happens. In Wilson County, if it's $3.44 a gallon. In Davidson County, the average is 22 cents a gallon higher, $3.66 a gallon. In Williamson County, it is 65 cents a gallon more expensive to fill up your tank than it is in Wilson County. That comes to, across it, if you put 20 gallons of gas in your tank, that's $13. If you fill up in Williamson County, it costs you $13 more than it does to fill up in Wilson County. I mean, that's astonishing. But that's the way it is. But the good news is, the big picture thing, I want to leave you with something positive. Gas prices are coming down. Inflation will come down. The economy is juiced and poised, and big things are going to be happening in the days ahead as this economy comes alive once we get rid of the high price of energy, and that will ripple through the economy in a very positive way. And all of that is important because looming on the horizon, the midterm elections, and I think we're going to be poised to be in pretty good shape, as good a shape as we can be in as we hit those midterms. We'll talk more about the midterms coming up here in just a bit. Right now, time for more news with Jay Harper in the newsroom at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yep, it's 7:30, and I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A forecast and a traffic report are upcoming. President Trump continuing to meet with world leaders at the G7 summit. There, he continues to talk up the Iran deal, but its success hinges highly on the actions of Israel.
Iran's foreign minister saying ending the war cannot happen unless Israeli forces leave Lebanon. The president making it clear he's not happy with Israel.
They should have been able to do the job faster. It just goes on forever. And when that happens, it throws a negative light on the big deal, and that's the deal with Iran.
Senior administration officials say the deal broadly reopens the Strait of Hormuz and lifts the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports.
That's Rachel Scott reporting. The military confirms all 8 people on board a B-52 plane that crashed yesterday at Edwards Air Force Base in California. They confirmed that all of those folks perished in that crash. ABC's Trevor Alt is on the scene.
Officials say the B-52 Stratofortress was supporting a test for a radar modernization program. Officials say those on board were a mixed crew of military and civilians supporting the test mission. Boeing confirms 2 of those on board were their employees, adding, quote, "We are in contact with their families and are offering support."
Back here in Nashville, as the debate surrounding data centers continues, not only in Nashville, but across Middle Tennessee, Nashville's mayor, Freddie O'Connell, he signed an executive order to ensure Nashvillians will be protected from what they are saying are any potential negative impacts from the large-scale data centers. According to the mayor's office, Executive Order 59 directs metro departments to identify lawful ways to ensure Nashville's air, water, public spaces, and residents are protected from the potential negative impacts of large-scale data center operations. The announcement comes after Metro Council on first reading advanced a 90-day moratorium on new data center permits. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. In Wilson County, emergency personnel still working to clear this accident where a vehicle struck a deer. This is I-840 westbound, just past Stewart's Ferry Pike near exit 70. In Sumner County, Long Hollow Pike at Belvedere Drive North, a crash reported there. 40 westbound just before exit 229 in Wilson County, a crash. Also, this has been pushed out of the roadway, but just be aware, Fessler's Lane north of I-40, a crash occurring there earlier. I'm Jay Harper.
See, I know what you're doing here, Sam. You in a way, you're playing some boomer music for me. There's no doubt about it. But, I know that subtly you're mocking me. So
no, this is all stuff on my playlist.
Is that right, really?
So I was raised correctly. I'm wearing a Led Zeppelin shirt. Of course, you can't see it.
My daughter, when she was in high school, they would occasionally, if a test, they on testing days, once they finished the test and they had some time, they might stream some music in the classroom, she told me. And so she was telling me that one day they were playing an oldies station. And she said, Dad, I was the only one who knew the words. And I said, my work here is done. I have done what every parent aspires to do, to bring your child up in the ways of good music. So she loved some of the songs, and she was a big fan of Ricky Skaggs. It was fun to listen to her sing bluegrass songs in the back seat while we were driving down the road. Anyway, love that. By the way, you played earlier what was it? Sister Golden Hair by America. There's a great line in that. I've been one poor correspondent, and he talks about how I haven't been in touch, but just because I didn't write doesn't mean I wasn't thinking about you.
I was just too hard to find.
I was just too hard to find. That's right. All right, dude. Thank you for that. I love that music. I do. I love from that era. Real quick, we're getting a bit more information about this terrorist attack that the FBI has broken up with regard to the UFC 250 event held on the White House lawn this weekend. Here's from thehill.com. Federal authorities stopped a potential attack targeting the UFC Freedom 250 event on the White House lawn with multiple state law enforcement operation leading to multiple arrests, says FBI Director Kash Patel. Thanks to the rapid action of this FBI, our partners in the Department of Justice, and a multi-state operation, multiple individuals are now in custody, and allegedly planned attacks were stopped cold. The planned attacks are scary. I mean, what they are saying was about to happen could have been nightmarish. Flying drones with bombs into buildings, causing a panic, forcing the crowd of some 90,000 people that assembled either in the White House lawn or nearby to witness the event to run directly into the path of what they said was a sniper team. And then, if that weren't enough, and my gosh, don't you think that would be? Now they're going to, apparently after that, they're going to try to crash the White House gates. Golly. I mean, thank goodness that got stopped. Thank goodness that got stopped. The District of Columbia, today they are doing their big primary to decide who's going to be the new mayor. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who I covered when I was there, she was mayor for quite a while, has been actually a friend to the Trump administration. She has been cooperative with the Trump administration, and as a result, they've done a lot to clean up D.C. They've made it a safer place. They're cleaning up the ponds and the fountains and the reflecting, and they're trying to make in the town. I got to tell you, even when I was there for the last time, it was better. But I got to tell you, it's really quite amazing. I went there for a funeral of a friend, a memorial service, and who'd passed away. And when I was there, I was noticing they had a lot of the National Guard was out on the streets, and not in an ugly way, but there was just a subtle presence there. And as a result of that, the streets have become a lot safer. You can walk the streets of D.C. generally at night without fear at this point, at least in the monumental core of the city. And so Muriel Bowser did work with Trump, but she's on the way out. And it appears, if I'm reading the information correctly, that we're about to have either a very socialist, perhaps communist mayor for the District of Columbia. What is going on with these major metropolitan areas? I mean, you know, we got New York City being run by a communist. We got, you know, people with communistic or socialistic tendencies running the city of Los Angeles and their election out there. And now, really honestly, even though this is a primary, whoever wins the Democrat primary will become the next mayor. I mean, there is not a more Democrat base than in Washington, D.C. It is run by Democrats, and they are completely in charge. I forget. It's like almost 5-1, 4-1, something like that. Republicans in the minority and Democrats in the majority. Here's what we know about this woman. Janice Lewis George is a Democrat socialist favored in polls and prediction markets to win the Democrat primary in the Washington, D.C. mayoral race today, setting up a potential clash with Donald Trump. If Lewis George wins the primary, she would be heavily favored in the general election, as D.C. is among the most Democrat area of the country, having given Trump less than 7% of the vote. That's right. 93% of the vote was for Kamala Harris. 7% of the vote in the district was for Donald Trump. Tells you a little bit about how things are stacked inside the District of Columbia. She would join New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani as part of a new wave of Democrat socialist mayors leading a major American city. And it's going to be conflict between Trump and this mayor. You can count on it. In fact, Trump has even said if she becomes the mayor, we may have to take over the federal city of the District of Columbia. That's what he said. So, you know, there is a battle line drawing there, and it becomes evident today. I mean, she won't take office for a little while, but if she wins this primary, essentially in the District of Columbia, whoever the Democrats nominates becomes officially, the Republicans really just don't have a chance inside the District of Columbia. So there is that. Trump is an important factor in the race, as whoever wins will have to walk a fine line between standing up to him to appease the district's Democrat base and not provoking his administration's ire. Muriel Bowser sought to establish a cordial relationship with the president, who last year said she had become very popular after backing his crackdown on crime in the capital. Trump made several threats to the district's home rule agreement through the second term over concerns about crime. Independent polling shows Lewis George, who serves on the D.C. Council, has a healthy lead. She's at 36 percentage points. Kenyon McDuffie, 25. And again, all of these are all Democrats. I mean, so it looks like she is favored to win. There's another poll here, has her at 39, 5 points ahead of her closest competitor. The prediction markets say there's an 84% chance of victory for her. So there you have it. That's it. You watch this space. Will she become the next Mamdani? Will the nation's capital be run by a socialist? What in the world are we coming to? You know, all the time that I lived in Washington, D.C., I never lived in Washington, D.C. I mean, I spent some time in Northern Virginia, but most of the time I lived in Maryland to the north of the District of Columbia, you know, outside the Beltway. And I got to tell you, I could never bring myself ever, even in days when I was single and didn't have to worry about, you know, a whole lot of stuff, I could not bring myself to live in the District of Columbia. Much in the same way, I don't think I can bring myself to live in downtown Nashville, in Davidson County. If I were ever to move, I don't think I could move to Davidson County. I just can't. I love the city of Nashville. I love the people here. I love everything about Nashville except the way that it's governed. Just saying. Well, anyway, let's see what else we got here. As long as we're talking, well, let's do this in a moment. Gavin Newsom in the news. I'll have a little bit on what he's up to these days. Apparently under investigation. What's he under investigation for? We'll try to straighten it out. Right now, quick check of weather and traffic at 7:45 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Christy, the high today around 82, abundant sunshine tomorrow, again 82. If you're going to get anything done out in the yard, this would be a good day, couple of days to do it. Rain Thursday and Friday, but guess what? Saturday looks like it's going to be another nice day before the rain returns on Sunday. Again, right now it is 72 degrees in Metro Nashville, heading up to a high of 82. All right, so let's talk about Gavin Newsom in the news. Gavin Newsom, whining, says that the DOJ, the Department of Justice, is investigating him and his wife, and he blames Trump. Wonder what this is all about. I'll tell you what we know. This story comes from NBC News, so take it with a grain of salt. California Governor Gavin Newsom said Monday he and his wife are being investigated by the Justice Department, accused President Donald Trump of targeting him for political reasons. Today, my wife and I joined Donald Trump's hit list, he says. He has directed his Department of Justice to investigate us. Agents, he says, have knocked on the doors of family, friends, and former employees, not because they found a crime, but because they are trying to find one. I'd see. I'm sure he believes that. I'm not sure that's true. He said investigators have demanded records and random documents. The governor did not comment, and you're not going to get it out of the Department of Justice or the FBI right now, but he did not comment on the substance of the probe, said that agents were coming after his wife, Jen, a public servant, a woman who's dedicated her life to supporting women and girls, someone who's done nothing wrong other than have the temerity to advocate for what she believes in. This is, of course, his perspective on it, Gavin Newsom's perspective. If they can't intimidate me, they'll go after the mother of our children. He says we have absolutely nothing to hide. White House referred NBC News to the Department of Justice, and the Department of Justice declined any comment. And this all came up in a reporters gathering on Monday afternoon. Aides to the governor said more than a dozen people were contacted by FBI and IRS agents about the governor and his wife. The aides said some of the questions to those people were about specific financial transactions that would be possible to ask only if the investigators have business records or credit card statements. That made it clear to the governor's team the investigation had subpoenaed various financial records. They added that they were aware of any subpoenas for the governor or his wife. The IRS did not respond, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The investigation of Gavin Newsom apparently underway. The fact that he's talking about it suggests that he's nervous. He says it's aimed at him and his wife, and he believes, this is probably the most telling point, that they could not be asking the questions they're asking unless they have some of his financial records. And to have his financial records, you would have to have subpoenas, and the subpoenas have to come from somewhere. So the investigation is underway, and we'll watch to see what develops there. You know, it really is, when you think about it, it is scary. Some of the people that we have in power, Newsom out there, and what's going on in L.A., what goes on in New York City, what's going on in Chicago, where these major cities of our country are run by Democrats, major metropolitan areas often run by Democrats, like we see here in Nashville. And it is clear that as they begin these fraud investigations, they're going to be looking very closely at how federal dollars have been spent in some of these blue states. And, well, they should if the early indications are any, guidance on what kind of fraud, waste, and abuse they are finding. And I think they'll be trying to make the case that many who were well aware of what was going on turned a blind eye to the entire matter. It is now 51 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ukrainian President Zelensky, he's at the G7 summit, and he's meeting with the president and a number of other world leaders. We'll let you know what's going on there. Also, an arrest in the fatal shooting of a Fisk University student here in Nashville, and a surprise divorce announcement of a country music star. We'll have those stories at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Ooh, now you're going to test my musical knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy James and the Shondells, Crimson and Clover. Crimson and Clover, over and over. Somebody put a vibe on the voice. That's a good song. I love that. 56 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm reading a lot more about this terror plot. A lot of other reporting. There's not any new information here about who's been arrested and where. I think one of the things that we need to find out is, was this a bunch of disgruntled people who got online on a computer chat service and were just mouthing off? Was it, aspirational, or was it real? I mean, did they have weaponry? Did they have the capacity to pull this off if it had not been broken up on the 10th, just a few days before the event? It's hard to know. It really is hard to know how that's all going to play out. But it is troublesome. It is very troublesome that we had such a plot. I mean, if they had been able to carry it out, and by the way, apparently they're angry because angry at millionaires and what they call the political elite in this country. I don't understand why it is in America today. There is an element of the people who live in this country who decry success. I mean, they look at millionaires and they're angry because people have succeeded. Maybe they're angry because they haven't succeeded. And I would argue to you that, if they put it near as much effort into trying to succeed as they do to try to tear things down, they would be remarkably successful. Because in America, you have an opportunity to succeed. And I don't think it's un-American, it seems to me, to be against the people who have taken the blessings of liberty that we have and turned them into something that brought them up, a success. And by the way, you may be angry at millionaires, but they provide a lot of employment in this country. They are, the smart people are doing gangbuster work on important issues of the day. I just don't understand why it is that we hate success in this country now when we used to really embrace those people who had found success. Every opportunity, that's the beauty of our country. You're not guaranteed success in America. You're guaranteed an equal opportunity to get that success. In other words, if you work hard, you put your nose to the grindstone, you come up with a good idea, you will succeed. And all that these people who are ne'er-do-wells, they want to tear that down. Because they want the government to just, be in charge. They don't believe in success. So they don't believe in the blessings of liberty and what capitalism has done. The thing that made America great, all the young people, love this Alexander Hamilton, Hamilton, the musical. He was more than a musical. He was a guy who set up a system of our economic system in the very beginning days in a way that made us the most powerful nation in the world. We should embrace those things, not criticize people simply because they have become successful. It is 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. We got more news in the first half hour, and then Joan Jones will join us in the second half hour. Stay right where you are, everyone.
It is 8 a.m. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. A forecast and a traffic report are coming up. Ukrainian President Zelensky meeting with President Trump as well as other G7 leaders today in France. Zelensky, he hopes to shift focus back on his efforts to repel Russia's invasion now that Trump has signed a 60-day ceasefire with Iran. ABC's Karen Hua, she reports on the situation from Washington.
The deal has been signed digitally, but the full text hasn't been released, and the two sides are giving different reports about what it contains. Both sides say the U.S. will lift its blockade of Iranian ports and Iran will reopen the Strait of Hormuz. But while Trump says passage through the strait will be permanently toll-free, Iran says it will establish and collect fees. The fate of Iran's nuclear program, the reason the U.S. went to war, also in limbo. The details to be hammered out during another 60-day period of talks.
Back here in Nashville, Metro Police have arrested two Murfreesboro men in the fatal shooting of a Fisk University student, and they say they killed him out of jealousy over a girlfriend. Andre Bell, 20 years of age, was fatally shot back in January while driving on I-65 in Nashville. The college basketball player was with a couple of friends. They were on their way home from a university gymnastics event at the Nashville Fairgrounds. After 5 months of investigation following the shooting, police say evidence led them to Braden Carter, 19, and Demarion Coleman, 18. They are both now charged with first-degree murder. Detectives say the shooting spurred from Carter's jealousy and possessiveness over his girlfriend, who's a member of the Fisk gymnastics team. Extensive review and analysis of cell phone data helped lead them to that conclusion, that according to a police press release. And country music star Jelly Roll has filed for divorce from his wife Bunny, according to Williamson County court records. Jelly Roll, his real name, Jason DeFord, he filed for divorce back on May 18th. He filed against his wife, whose birth name is Alyssa Andrea DeFord. She is a model and a podcast host. Jelly Roll and his wife, they've been married for almost 10 years now. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. In Antioch, we are looking at a crash heading into town, 24 westbound just before Haywood Lane, 24 eastbound near exit 43, a wreck reported, and also in the Berry Hill area, this one just popping up, 8th Avenue South at Craighead Street, a wreck reported. I'm Jay Harper.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair and on the air, filling in for Dan Mandis, who returns on Monday. I'll be here all the way through Thursday. Then I think next week I'm filling in for Chad Benson. And then down the pathway, I'm going to be filling in for Matt Murphy. So I thought I was retired. What happened here? How did this thing come unglued on me? I thought I was, going to sit on the couch and look at the wall, but no, staying pretty busy. Got a lot going on. I just stepped outside. Sam, I know that, during the rigors of a broadcast, we don't really get a chance to step out and during the show because we're so focused, and it's just, there's always, got to get ready for the next segment. But I just stepped outside. It is gorgeous outside. It is beautiful outside.
Yeah, yesterday
you should get out and get some fresh air if you can.
Well, I'm gonna. If I do today, it'll be outside to play with the dogs. I cut the yard yesterday because I don't think out in my neck of the woods it got above 79. It was just absolutely perfect. So when I hear 90 for tomorrow, I'm like,
yes. I've got one. The thing I looked at said 82, but I think they've revised the forecast. It's gonna be pretty warm tomorrow. But rain coming back on Thursday and Friday. So anyway, keep an eye on the weather when that happens. I want to do some cleanup here on just about, because in the 8 o'clock hour, second half of the hour, we generally just do chit chat, and the person who's filling in for Chris Hand, Joan Jones, will join us at 8:35, and I'm sure I can predict, even without being able to see what's going on in the studio, I can predict, Sam, that Joan is already there, isn't she?
You would be correct, sir.
She's already there.
She's probably been here for about an hour and 30.
An hour, yes. She comes in and she's loading for bear. She's going to have a great show between 9 and noon today. So you definitely want to hang around for that. And she'll join us at 35 minutes past the hour to sort of talk about this, that, and the other, and also give us an idea of what she's going to be talking about. So I like to do cleanup in the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Things that I really sometimes. And when you're laying out a show, and I do it on a legal pad. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, you see I'm holding up my legal pad. This is the rundown for the show. And when I'm laying out my show, sometimes you want to have what we call thought links. You want one story to blend into another, to segue, and so that there's a thought link between the stories, and you look for stories and patterns, and you put them all together. This all falls into one category. This all falls, and you're right. But sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes you just, the stories you have to squish them together. And so that's what I'm going to be doing now. Things that I think are interesting, things you might want to know about. We'll get into it. Here we go. Here's one. Fox is buying Roku. Now, I don't know how you get your television. I use Roku at my house. I've got it it's built into all my televisions. Right over here to my right is a Roku television, and that's how I stream Fox News and all the other stuff. So, a lot of people use the Roku. Fox media giant Fox Corp on Monday announced a deal to buy streaming and smart TV company Roku for $22 billion in cash. Wow. And stock transaction in a deal that will plunge Fox deeper into the streaming wars as major player in free ad-supported streaming at a time when large streamers such as Netflix, Disney, and Hulu have pivoted away from offering only subscription plans and have begun providing ad-supported subscriptions. There's two levels, A lot of times you can say, well, you can have this with ads, or you can pay a little more and not have the ads. Fox has decided that the ad-supported streaming is the way to go, that people would prefer not to spend any money and don't mind watching commercials. The company sold its television and film studio, then called 21st Century Fox, to Disney, and announced a pivot to live news and sports. In 2020, Fox spent $440 million buying Tubi, Tubi, a free ad-supported streaming service with a devoted fan base. The new deal would put Tubi and Roku ad-supporting offering under one roof. So there. Very interesting. It's hard to believe that we really don't watch the broadcast signal much anymore. You know, you don't really have to have an antenna. You got to have a good internet connection. Everything is about bandwidth these days. Everything. Is the social media having its big tobacco moment? Again, I'm just squishing stories together here. Child psychiatrist weighs in. More countries are moving to restrict teens' access to social media. A child and adolescent psychiatrist says bans are likely to face backlash from young users, and may fall short with stronger support from parents and schools. A lot of countries are now saying we're going to limit. Well, I read it yesterday. I saw a story somewhere. Some country has decided that you cannot have a social media account if you are not at least 16 years old.
England.
Is it England? I
Yes.
thought that was my memory.
They want the children there to go outside, even though they're likely to be stabbed or robbed by a migrant.
Well, what a concept! Go outside. You know, I've often said that if I had the internet when I was a kid, I would have been dangerous. I wasn't a great student, but if I got interested in something, I would learn everything in the world that I could learn about it. Self-taught learning was the way I learned the best. I didn't necessarily want to learn the things they wanted to teach in class, as my grades often showed. But it wasn't because I was stupid. It's just because I was interested in other stuff. And I didn't have the internet, but the internet. Imagine, basically the world is at your fingertips. Any information you want to know, any kind of question you want answered, you go to your web browser or you go to your Grok and you find out, and you get the answers, and you can learn about anything. There's nothing you can't learn online. And I get that, and that's a wonderful thing. But with social media is a different thing. While all that is, I think, relatively positive for young people, I think that the downside is social media is a pretty brutal place. And you know what? I'm not sure that a lot of people, young people, have the ability to determine what is true and what is not. I think most people struggle with that online. There's an awful lot of garbage online, especially on social media. So this particular child psychiatrist says that maybe it's a good thing. A small number of countries have national laws in effect that ban or strictly prohibit social media for those under 16, including Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Canada, and the United Kingdom. Other countries are potentially introducing similar laws, but the measure has been popular and it faces enforcement challenges. In one example of how young people are reacting, a group of students ages 11 to 14 were asked to raise their hands if they welcome the ban, and few of them supported the ban. Some students expressed frustration about having more time to fill, with one asking, "What will you do? Stare at a wall? No, go outside." It's astonishing, the difference. Today, I was raised, in the 60s, really, I was a kid in the 60s, and I lived in West Texas, Odessa, Texas, which at times could be a rough town because it's an oil field town. It's pretty rough. There's some pretty rough characters that come to the oil field to work. But I never felt that I was in danger, and I had a bicycle, and the entire my part of town was my backyard. I'm talking about miles and miles and miles of free range roaming. Mom didn't know where I was or what I was up to most of the time. Just come home for dinner or come home when the street lights come home. That was the thing. And I turned out okay. We don't do that anymore. We don't go outside. We don't play outside. We don't use our imagination. And I think that perhaps that, again, I know I sound like an old boomer, but I am an old boomer. There's no doubt about that. But it really, honestly, I think we would do well to return to the simpler time where young people aren't sit there staring at their phones all day. Dr. Mark McDonald, a child and adolescent psychiatrist, told the National News Desk that kind of response is to be expected, that young people are not going to like it. Doesn't surprise me at all, because when you take away something from a child, that does damage. And when the child is addicted to there's going to be a reaction. Well, that's true. I mean, are these kids addicted to social media? I think they are. My wife thinks I'm addicted to social media, but I'm just, doing research. I call it research. Research. I'm just doing research. Take a quick break to see what's going on with traffic and weather at 16 minutes now, past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Christy, look, and we're talking about 82 today, and, it's pretty nice outside right now. Really lovely if you get out and get some air. You really should take advantage of this lovely day. Me and the Bulldogs, we're going to hang out by the pool today. There's no doubt about that. 90 degrees tomorrow, so it's going to be warmer. And then rain Thursday and Friday. Saturday's nice. Sunday's more rain. So just a few of the things that are going on with the weather. So there you have it. Doing cleanup. Hang on, I got to pull up a couple more stories. You heard it during the news. This is really interesting stuff. Jelly Roll has filed for divorce from Bunny XO. Country music star Jelly Roll has filed for divorce from his wife. Jelly Roll and Bunny, who is a model, podcast host, and social media personality, have been married for nearly 10 years. The country star met his wife when she was attending one of his concerts in Las Vegas. Jelly Roll proposed to Bunny on stage in Las Vegas, and they got married in a Vegas courtroom. I got married in a fever hotter than a pepper sprout. So there you go. Sad news there. I love this story, and I want to come back to it because I think it really tells us a lot about people's personalities. 2017 psychologist Ulrich Willinger conducted a study at the Medical University of Vienna on gallows humor. What is gallows humor? If you don't know, it's people who have a sense of humor about rather dark things. You would normally call this somebody who has a dark sense of humor. And they took 156 adults and studied them, and they showed them cartoon drawings that were rather dark in nature. The topic had to do with things like death, suicide, disease, physical handicap, and medical treatment. And what they found was that people who had a dark sense of humor turn out to be more intelligent than those who don't. In other words, if you have a demented and dark sense of humor, you're probably highly intelligent. And I don't know why that is, but apparently it is true. I've heard this before. There have been other studies to this deal. So they found that the people fell into three different categories. The first group, which expressed a moderate appreciation for dark humor, were found to be of average intelligence and showed moderate levels of aggression. The second group appreciated the jokes the least of the three and had average intelligence and high aggression. But the third group, with the highest reported appreciation for morbid senses of humor or a dark sense of humor presented to them, was tested and had higher intelligence and lower aggression than the other two groups. So in other words, people who don't appreciate a good dark joke might literally not get it. And if you have a dark sense of humor, we're worried about you, but you're probably pretty bright. 20 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
President Trump at the G7 summit expressing frustration with Israel. Also, a foiled plot uncovered to attack the UFC matches at the White House over the weekend. We'll have those stories and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 27 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Just in case you are joining us and just coming on board, a couple of big breaking stories this morning. Number one, we are learning about a plot that was apparently broken up by the FBI and law enforcement officials to carry out a pretty sophisticated terrorist attack this past weekend in Washington at the UFC event, the UFC 250 event, where there were 90,000 people gathered. A lot of MAGA faithful were there. And apparently the FBI broke up an attempt to not only fly bomb-laden drones into buildings to scare people, but then to drive them in the panic into teams of snipers. I mean, deeply demented stuff. And apparently some 23 people were talking about this, and some have been arrested. 12 different FBI field officers involved in this investigation. Thank goodness they broke that thing up before it got too far along. That could have been disastrous. The other thing is about the deal with Iran. Trump this morning at the G7 meeting in France said that the U.S. will not invest in Iran as questions swirl over $300 billion reconstruction fund. He says it will not be taxpayer money. Now, where the money is coming from for this reconstruction fund, I think it's probably people who are putting up money for investment within Iran if Iran meets certain benchmarks and does the things that they've promised to do in this memorandum of understanding. As it understands, it's a page and a half. It's the loose outline of where they want to go. It opens up the Strait of Hormuz, and it ends hostilities while they work out some other details. But Trump has said there'll be $300 billion. Well, some people have said there'd be $300 billion available to Iran if they meet certain benchmarks and they follow the things and do the things they promised to do. And many people are saying, well, is that coming from the U.S. Treasury? Where's that coming from? Trump said this morning, not coming from the U.S. Treasury. It will be coming from other sources. And he says that the MOU is fair and if they follow it, they can be brought into the League of Nations. They can become a participating part of the rest of the world rather than the number one sponsor of terrorism around the world. That would be a real improvement. If nothing else happens, and that is accomplished, it is a good thing for the world writ large. 30 minutes now past the hour, and when we come back from the news, everybody will crash the boards, and Joan Jones will join us to talk about what's on her mind today. You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 8:30. I'm Jay Harper with your top stories. The weather forecast and a traffic report are moments away. President Trump urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to show more restraint in Lebanon, which Trump said was threatening his deal with Iran. Trump made the comments today on the sidelines of the G7 summit in the French Alps. ABC's Karen Travers has the latest from nearby Geneva.
President Trump said the U.S.-Iran deal can survive even if Israel continues attacking Lebanon. But the president criticized Israel for its recent strikes in Beirut, telling reporters he thinks it went too far.
Israel's fighting Hezbollah too long, and too many people are being killed. And you don't have to knock down an apartment house every time you're looking for somebody, because there are a lot of people in those apartment houses, and they're not all Hezbollah, that I can tell you.
Karen Travers, ABC News, Geneva, Switzerland.
A foiled plot uncovered to attack the UFC matches over the weekend on the White House lawn. Sources telling media outlets that the alleged plot involved using drones equipped with explosives. We hear now from ABC's Pierre Thomas.
Sources telling ABC News that on Monday, 5 people were detained in connection with the alleged plot, with as many as 23 people allegedly involved. According to sources, suspects allegedly plan to use explosive-laden drones, which would be designed to hit buildings to spur a mass evacuation.
Let's turn now to the market numbers report. It's brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. You can find them online at beaconcm.com. Let's hear now from Jim Ryan.
Investors' hopes for an end soon to the U.S.-Iran conflict fueled gains for the major stock averages Monday. The Dow soared 469 points to finish at 51,671. The S&P gained 1.6%. The Nasdaq soared 3%. Assuming the Gulf Peace Agreement holds, the Strait of Hormuz is set to fully reopen by the end of the week. But analysts say businesses that rely on petroleum products could still see supply shortages for months. Following its record-breaking IPO Friday, SpaceX watched its shares surge 20% during its first full day of trading yesterday. CEO Elon Musk posted on X, which he also owns, that the company could reach $1 trillion in revenue by 2030. And forget that the American whiskey industry is in a slump. Vermont distillery Lost Lantern is releasing the United States of Bourbon, a blend of 50 bourbons, one from each state, to mark the country's 250th birthday.
Let's go ahead and look at the stock numbers now that the opening bell has rung. The Dow, it's up 395. The S&P is up 7. The Nasdaq, though, it's gone the other direction. It's down 10. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather coming up. I'm Jay Harper, WTN News. Up north of the city, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, we have a crash. 65 southbound in Williamson County, a crash blocking things. Again, 65 southbound just past the Old Hickory Boulevard exit at exit 74. Hartsville Pike at Berry Lane in Sumner County, a crash reported there as well. I'm Jay Harper.
Yeah, we're taking a tour down 1960s rock and roll. This is probably 1970, what 72, something like that.
Joe
Steelers
to
Wheel.
the right.
That's right.
Stuck in the middle with you.
Jerry Rafferty, lead vocal.
That's right.
Wow.
It's good. I love that song. And you know what? There's the original version that played on the radio, and when they began streaming, a lot of the artists wanted to re-record the songs so that they could get the money instead of somebody else who had the rights to that song back in the day, and they're never as good. You get used to hearing the original, and then somebody comes in and does something that's an approximation of the original. It's never going to be exactly the same. Never get the same microphones, never get the same instruments, never get the same players, and so it's never quite right. And I hate the other version of this one.
Yep, we love cover bands.
Yeah, and anyway, that's Joan Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello
She's
there.
up next here. How you doing, Joan?
Doing great. Wow, what a day already.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
We've got this breaking story, Joan. By the way, we'll be joined by Sam, and also maybe if Jay Harper wants to jump in, whatever it is, we're always welcome to have him. Joan, this thing that we're hearing about, this terror plot that was broken up in D.C. Before the big UFC 250 event that was this weekend. I mean, if it was. It's hard to know whether it was aspirational or whether they had the ability to carry it out, but the idea of what they were planning is scary, really scary.
Well, the FBI says that some of these guys had already traveled to Fredericksburg, Virginia, in the days leading up to the event. So, the question about whether it was aspirational, no, I think that they were in the planning stages and they were prepared. They were prepared to carry it out.
If you're just joining us, the basic bones of the story are as follows. Apparently the FBI broke up an effort of conversations that were going on about a planned terrorist attack in Washington, D.C. They were going to fly bomb-laden drones into buildings, and then in the panic, they would hopefully drive people. That was their plan, not hopefully. Thank goodness it didn't go through. But they were going to then drive the panicked crowd in the direction of what they called sniper teams. And then on top of that, if that weren't enough, they were then going to try to crash the White House gates and get into the White House complex. Just... Yeah. And angry about what? What are they angry about?
Well, they're angry about billionaires and oligarchs. The things that you hear Bernie Sanders say on a regular basis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, who revs these people up? We know who revs them up. There's all of this attack lately, and I don't know what's going on. When did it become in America? When did we decide that being successful was a bad thing? I don't understand this.
Yeah.
I struggle with this concept. I really do.
It's the successful when you're doing it in the proper way, when you're doing it following all the laws and building a business and building your lifestyle. And I'm thinking, of course, of Elon Musk. And yet he's vilified for doing what he's doing. But then you've got those who are fraudsters taking money, fraudulently taking your money, my money as taxpayers, and fraudulently using it. They get a pass.
Yeah,
somehow.
I know that's all fine and good. Yeah. But in America, again, I'll just get on my soapbox for a second. You're never promised success, but the system in place gives you the opportunity to succeed.
That's right.
It's really about what you do with that opportunity. Did you make decisions that were good decisions along the way? Did you stay in school? Did you find a productive course of work? Did you put your nose to the grindstone? Did you work hard? All of those things pay off in America.
And you're not guaranteed the outcome.
No, you're guaranteed the opportunity. That's the beauty of our system. Anybody can succeed. And if you say, well, there's so many things that are stacked against this group or that group, well, I would just say, look at the people who came to this country, let's say from Vietnam. One generation, massive success, because they came in and took advantage of the opportunity. So I don't have a problem with millionaires. If you come up with a great idea, and you get people wildly excited about what you're doing, and you have some success, then that's the American dream. And by the way, I read something that I can't tell you how many millionaires were made the other day in the SpaceX IPO. 4,000 of them work at SpaceX.
Right.
There are people who work, in doing rather menial jobs at SpaceX who have now been millionaires because they invested in this successful corporation.
Yeah, the one guy I played yesterday, I can't remember his name. He's an immigrant. Now, he didn't say whether he's here legally or not, but he's an immigrant from Mexico, and he learned that he's a welder, and he learned that SpaceX needed welders. So his friend told him about this job, and he applied. He got the job, and part of what they do at SpaceX is to offer you shares of the company. This was before, this was before it went public. So these people were all working there, collecting shares of the company on the promise, on the hope that the good work that they do will prepare this company, float it, lift it, make it all that it is now, and eventually that'll pay off. And it did for this guy. The shares that he got on Friday upon the IPO were worth $880,000.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's a welder.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He's a welder.
People from the janitorial staff that clean these facilities all the way up to the cafeteria. Some of them have spent the last few years buying more stock options. I read a story. A couple of them are now worth several $100 million as a result of this.
Unbelievable. And that's what they're against.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, and they listen to people like this.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those and murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods.
Yeah, I know. I mean, capitalism is a dirty word now.
Is that Hassan Piker?
Yeah.
I mean, that's who Sam has it out for this guy.
I do.
With good reason.
Yeah. And then I read, Joan, and as somebody who worked in that market, and like I did, and somebody who has a real appreciation for Washington, D.C., there is some good there, and it is our nation's capital, and I love the city. I don't like what happens there a lot of times, but I really do love the city, and it is our nation's capital, and apparently after today, we will have a socialist mayor. Well, she won't take office right away, but it looks like we're going to have a socialist mayor in the District of Columbia.
Yeah, I have that story coming up too about this tussle. I mean, Muriel Bowser, I thought was terrible, but when President Trump came into the city and said, "Hey, I want to make it better," she actually helped. She tried. Yeah. She set aside her political beliefs and made go of it. And the city is better for it.
Yeah, you and I have watched Muriel Bowser for quite a number of years. Yeah. When I was there, she was the mayor for quite a number of years, and she was. I mean, I disagreed with almost everything she did.
Yes.
Every political instinct she had, it was not right. But she did. She set it aside. And now we're going to have, apparently, we have a communist mayor, a communist socialist mayor in New York City. You know about what's going out in L.A. and all of that nonsense out there. And now in the nation's capital, the nation's capital is going to be run by some kind of socialism with communist tendencies. I would not be surprised There's a little, we need to spend some time. You know about this. There's a thing called home rule that's been in place, granted, to allow the District of Columbia to self-govern itself. But it's a federal city, and I think that can be stripped by Congress.
It can be, and President Trump has been threatening that this week. He has been talking about it, so... But again, it's something that has to go through Congress. We can't even get the Republicans to agree that they're black or white or male or... They can't agree on anything. John Thune is out there again today saying, yeah, I know the president said he wants to have the Save America Act attached to the FISA renewal, but I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, but do you think that's because he doesn't have the votes?
I think that's part of it, but part of John Thune's job is to get out there and
find the votes.
Find the votes. Make people. Nancy Pelosi never would have taken that from anybody who said, I'm not going to do what you're telling me to do. Those Congress people, they stayed in their lane. They stayed in their lane and they did what she told them to do. What is John Thune like? Why is he not a leader? Leaders act and get responses.
I agree with you in principle. I will say that I think there's a little bit of a difference between the House and Senate. In that,
surely.
As you are a senator, you are your own person. You are, a committee of one. You have a great deal of power, and the power that you have is to shut down debate. And look, I will tell you, for example, on the issue of getting rid of the filibuster, which, everybody, we got to get rid of the filibuster.
Yes.
And, we got to do this, that, and the other, and we got to get rid of the reason he doesn't go forward with it is that, number one, there's a fair number of Republicans and Democrats who believe in the filibuster, and they will not vote to get rid of the filibuster, but they don't want to be put on notice and have to actually cast the ballot. In other words, they don't want to actually reveal their position because they know they'll come under conflict for it, but they like the idea of the filibuster. So he doesn't have the votes to overturn the filibuster. He just doesn't have it. There are a great number of Republicans who believe the filibuster is a good thing, and I got to be honest, I'm sort of one of them. I believe that the filibuster has a purpose, and that is to protect the rights of the minority. And, after the midterm elections, we could well be in the minority.
And when that happens, the left is going to blow up the filibuster.
Yeah,
so,
and they will. They will. I guess that's true. Yeah, but I don't know that they've got the votes though. I don't think they can put it together. I think there are enough people there who believe in the old-fashioned way of doing things that I don't think that anybody can get that passed. That's my considered opinion, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I believe the TDS is so overwhelming
that's true.
that it will, it topples every reasonable argument, every reasonable person, and it'll stand above and beyond anything that what you were just saying, that there are people that believe that it's the old way of doing business is the right way of doing business, but TDS will take them down in a heartbeat.
Yep, I think you're right. It's just they can't help themselves. Maybe we'll see what happens in the days ahead. Just how are you feeling about the midterms? Because I think we might be able to hold on to the Senate, the conservatives, the Republicans. Not so sure about the House of Representatives.
Yeah, so that's another story that I've actually got coming up because Harry Enton is out there saying, Democrats might be in trouble. And but you know what? You know what my question is here? I thought that we did redistricting and gave ourselves the breathing room. I thought that was not the purpose of it. The purpose was to get in line with what the Supreme Court had ruled, obviously, but it gave us breathing room. We have very, very marginal breathing room left even after these redistricting efforts were made. So, well, what is going on? What is happening?
Well, listen, who knows how it's going to go? Obama lost 60 House seats in his midterm election. 60.
Okay, that puts it in perspective.
It can go badly. It can go very badly. But, I'm sort of with you. I have some hope. If past his prologue, probably the Republicans will lose one house or the other, if not both. If you look at, historical trends. But this is a different thing, and I'm just hoping that the economy rebounds now that apparently we have a deal, and people will feel better about their situation as we get to Labor Day and then on to the November elections.
I think that's our
Joan,
only
very
hope.
quickly, what else you got coming up?
So there's just, of course, so much that's going on. So we have the FBI announcing that plot to kill Americans. We've got the latest on the plan agreement with Iran and what's happening in the G7 today in regards to that. Also, primary day, a couple of places, like we mentioned, and the time capsule. I don't know if you've talked about this, but there's a time capsule that's about to be buried, and I have a list of the things that are going in it from each state. Some really interesting stuff. What Tennessee is going to add is really interesting as well.
I think we need to give them some beaver nuggets.
Oh, yeah.
They got to go. We got to get some beaver nuggets in there. They won't be very good in 100 years, but
I'd like to know suggestions for what people think is a good idea to put in this time capsule.
That'll be great fun.
Yeah.
That'll be a lot of fun. All right, it's all coming up straight ahead in the 9 o'clock hour. Joan Jones in for Chris Hand. It is now 53 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock.
President Trump, he's continuing to talk up the Iran peace deal at the G7 summit, but is everybody buying into it? Also, a deadly military plane crash in California, and back here in Nashville, a hit and run in Midtown. They're trying to find who ran over these people. All that's coming up at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
bluebells have all gone away.
So you're taking requests today from Joan? Is that it? Is that what you got going?
Yeah, that was nice of you, Sam. Thank you.
I don't know the song.
This is Genesis. The song
Genesis.
Yeah, old Genesis.
Yeah.
This is Ripples.
It's been nice, having a run down memory lane here with some of this old rock and roll here this morning.
I like it.
Sure, we're boomers, we admit it, but yeah, it's hard to criticize the music of that era. It was pretty good. It's iconic.
Yes.
And I don't know that we will ever have a time where the music that we're hearing modern day has the same kind of impact and long-lasting ability that some of the stuff that we all grew up with did. I don't know why that is, but I think it is the way.
Well, we're just not getting the same musicians. We're not having kids excited to learn to play the 12-string guitar and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's some great musicians, and this town's crawling with them. But I got to tell you, I just don't think the songs, for some reason, have the same impact that the things we grew up with. I mean, maybe it's just, you always love the music that you grew up with.
True.
And maybe that's why we feel that way. But I don't know. I can't imagine some of the songs I'm hearing on the radio today being played, with such reverence 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now.
Not with some of those lyrics.
Well, listen, it's time for the news at 9 o'clock. Joan Jones is next on Super Talk 99.7 WT.